well that when I said I will feed you, you know I will feed you. When it is lunchtime, please don't go out. Let's give ourselves a round of applause and thank God for another time. Last year we were here. How many of us were here last year? Fantastic. And God has been merciful. He has brought us again. And it's my privilege and honor on behalf of the two of us. Interestingly, it is this morning I just got to know that the two of us, the two MCs are both Iyabeji and Baba Beji. Can you see? Can you see? So,
you can tap the anointing.
If you are here and you have not given birth to twins, please, by next year, we want to see you. I decree that by next year you will come with twins.
The amen is not sounding, no. They are thinking of Pampers.
How much are they selling Pampers now? Don't worry, we'll give you free. 1 year, 1 year free. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to welcome us to the 2023 Lagos State PSN Pharmacy Week. And joining me to anchor this event is
Pharmacist Oyiniro Adetola. You are welcome.
Thank you. I thought you were clapping for us. Clapping has a way of bringing out some things from us. Because I can just dip my hand in my left hand in my pocket and bring out some money and just splash it. So today, we are happy that almost all our guests are seated. And on this note, we can gladly commence. I can see a set of colleagues and guests in our midst wearing something a bit different from what others are wearing. And what's the time? Morning. Even if it is night, it is still morning. Everything are morning. So, but I will still greet you, monsters. Monsters. So please, let's give them a round of applause. I will tell you my story that connects with us later on. You hear me, sirs? The story that connects us together. I will tell you later. So maybe something can come out of the story. All right. Thank you very much. I want to believe you have done your registration. If not, please let's quickly get that done for statistical purposes. And on this note, we want to recognize in our midst, everybody is well recognized, but we have some of us who are going to be directing the affairs of today. And we are glad that we have almost everybody seated, so we want to establish these protocols as we proceed.
All right. First, we would like to recognize the presence of the chairman of this occasion, Pharmacist Sir Anthony Ahime, FPSN, FPCPA. A round of applause for him as he comes forward. A living ancestor. Please, let's give him an ancestral clap. A round of applause for him as he comes forward to the, also a past PAN's president. Let's give him put our hands together as he comes forward to the high table.
Presidential applause.
This our clap is lacking vitamin C. Are we tired? Thank you very much, sir.
Once a president. Thank you, sir.
We also like to recognize the presence of the keynote address speaker. Also another living ancestor, a learned colleague, a man of many words, our dearest pharmacist, Akintayo. A round of applause for him, FPSN, FPC firm. Let's put our hands together as he comes towards the high table. Also one of our past presidents. A round of applause for him, please.
I want to inform him, sir, that that bag may not leave with you when you are going, sir. It looks like what I said you should buy for me from France.
Okay, we would like to welcome where is it? Chairman. All right. What God has joined together, let no man put asunder. But we'd like to specially welcome to this August occasion the father of the day, pharmacist Sir Alfred Oshinoike, FPSN, FPC firm. His wife is seated right beside him. A round of applause for him as he comes forward. A round of applause for the mother of the day, even though, let's give them a round of applause as Daddy comes forward to the high table. Please let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. Mommy, please permit us to borrow Daddy for a few minutes. Thank you very much, ma. We also like to welcome to the high table the host of today's occasion, the chairman of the PSN Lagos State, our own dearest pharmacist Babayemi Oyekunle. A round of applause for him as he comes forward. Thank you very much. All right, we would like to welcome our guest of honor. I think my co-MC said he has a story later for today. Air Commodore Pharmacist David Babalola, FPC firm, the Deputy Director, Doctrinal Development, Air Welfare Center, Nigerian Air Force, Abuja. A round of applause for him. Or should we give a salute for him as he comes forward? You're welcome, sir. We also like to welcome Dr. T.E. Filusi, representing the Registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ahmed Babashew. I don't know if Dr. T.E. Filusi, he's around. Okay, he's around, he'll soon be coming. Thank you very much. Okay. We would like to welcome into our midst the PAMSEC Ministry of Establishment, Mr. Olawale Musa, well represented by Mr. Adebayo Ajayi. Adedolapo Ajayi. You're welcome, sir. A round of applause for him as he comes forward. He's the director, that same Ministry of Establishment and Training, Lagos State. A round of applause for them. Thank you very much, sir.
In this part of the world, we recognize the power of the Almighty God in everything we do. We'll start off this program by having our opening prayer.
Okay, so could we be upstanding as we sing the first standard of our national anthem on page 4? We can
4.
see it on page 4, please.
Please master this stanza, because we may ask you to recite it at National Assembly soon.
So we can sing it to make it easier for us. 1, 2, go. O God of creation, direct our noble course, guide our world, lead us right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow and live in just and true. Great lofty heights attain to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Amen.
And in the same manner, we take the national anthem. 1, 2, go.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Thank you very much, and let's be well seated.
Okay. Walking right in is one of our special guests of honor, Dr. T.E. Filusi, representing the Registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Baba Shehu Ahmed. A round of applause for him as he goes to his seat. Thank you very much, sir.
How many of you have collected your license this year?
They are not clapping, no.
You are not
and their license is still pending.
You are not clapping like licensed pharmacists. All right. Dr. Filusi, they have clapped very well, sir. So we shall be taking some company presentations at this time. I want to believe we have Swiffer ready. Swiffer. Yeah. Swiffer.
While Swiffer comes forward, LB, please get ready. Let's put our hands together for Swiffer as they come forward. LB, please get ready. 10 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is S. Charles Ekokotu. I'm the OTC product manager with Swiss Pharma Nigeria Limited. And I must say that I am honored to be amongst distinguished colleagues. So while the slide gets ready, just a brief talk about the history of Swiffer, which is a company that I know many of us are familiar with. So Swiffer was incorporated in 1976 as La Hoffmann, for the production and distribution of premium generics, affordable medicines. And though we have evolved throughout the years to Swiffer currently, there has been a lot of milestones along the way. For example, we were the first pharmaceutical company in Nigeria to get the ISO certification in 2008. We're also the first company in West Africa to get the CGMP in 2014. And most recently, in 2023, we were the first pharmaceutical company in West Africa to have WHO pre-qualification for one of our products, which is our zinc tablets. So SWIFA has come a long way. Now we are part of a multinational group called the Servier Group, which is a French multinational with subsidiaries all over the world. So, what I'm trying to say with this is that with SWIFA, quality is assured. We are presenting or we are providing high quality medications at affordable prices. And we have been partnering with pharmacists across Nigeria since our inception. But today I want to talk to you about one of our newest products, or some of our newest products, as we are delving into the nutraceutical space. And these products are called SupraFem and SupraFem Plus. Briefly, the role of nutritional support in pregnancy and breastfeeding. So we all know that pregnancy is a critical time for any pregnant woman, because not only is she needs to maintain herself, she's also carrying another human being, right? Therefore, there is a need for increased nutritional support during pregnancy. As pharmacists, we all know that, how critical pregnancy can be. But the downside to pregnancy in Nigeria is that up to about a quarter of pregnancies in Nigeria are high-risk pregnancies. And some of the reasons for high-risk pregnancies include teenage pregnancies, poor birth spacing, and poor nutritional support. So these are some of the factors that could lead to high-risk pregnancies, where there is an adverse outcome for the baby or the mother, or for both. At times, even death for both mother and child. But for us today in SWIFA, we are much more concerned with the nutritional support. How can we provide solutions in terms of combating poor nutritional support during pregnancy at very, very affordable prices? So, according to the American College of Gynecologists and Obstetrics, there is the RODA, which is the recommended daily dietary allowance for certain micronutrients which the mother needs to take on a daily basis to maintain a healthy pregnancy. We are very, very familiar with this, and we can see that some of these nutrients are listed as shown on the screen, right? Many of these nutrients should be gotten from the diet. The diet is supposed to provide the nutrients for the mother and the baby during pregnancy and during breastfeeding. We all know that. We were all taught balanced diets, all the nutrients that we need. However, the diet at times can be insufficient. The diet may not be able to provide all the micronutrient needs of a pregnant woman. Considering the part of the world that we live in, that is a reality. That is a big reality, which can lead to poor outcomes for the mother and for the baby. So how do we mitigate against this? So just briefly, some of the deficiencies that can happen, some common micronutrient deficiencies that can happen during pregnancy includes iron deficiency, anemia, which is very, very common. A lot of pregnant women are actually anemic. We can talk about folate deficiency, which can lead to neural tube defects. We can talk of vitamin B12 deficiency, which can lead to growth retardation, as well as zinc deficiency, which can lead to poor lactation. So in many cases, the diet is insufficient to meet the nutritional needs of the mother. So that is where we are stepping in. That is where we come in to provide solutions, cost-effective or cost-effective or affordable medications for nutritional support in pregnancy and breastfeeding. So we have SupraFem and SupraFem Plus, the carefully formulated multivitamins and minerals for women throughout pregnancy and breastfeeding. So SupraFem contains 19 essential vitamins and minerals, including folic acid, B12, zinc, and iron, and other nutrients, which is needed for the mother and the baby to develop properly. While SupraFem Plus, in addition to those 19 essential vitamins and minerals, also contains omega-3 fatty acids, DHA principally, which is needed for the retinal and the brain development of the baby. DHA is the most abundant fatty acid present in the eye and the retina, and it is needed for proper development of the eye and the retina. And as we know, these are short-chain fatty acids which are essential, which means that you need to take it either from the diet or through supplementation. So what does the Supra ranges provide? The Supra ranges provide these, including folic acid, B1, B2, B3, all the way down to natural mixed carotenoids. And the SupraFem Plus, as I stated earlier, in addition has the fish oil in it. So just to highlight some of the ingredients and what they do, we know that folic acid is needed for the proper formation of the neural tube of the growing baby. And as a result, we have 400 microgram of folic acid in SupraFem and SupraFem Plus. Vitamin D3 is needed for immune regulation as well as calcium and bone metabolism. In SupraFem and SupraFem Plus, we have 10 microgram of vitamin D3. Vitamin B12 helps to prevent intrauterine growth retardation as well as a host of other things. So we also have vitamin B12 to the tune of 6 microgram in SupraFem and SupraFem Plus. And most importantly, we have iron at 17 milligram, elemental iron provided for in SupraFem and SupraFem Plus. For zinc, which will help lactation, we have 15 milligram of zinc in SupraFem and SupraFem Plus. Then the omega-3 fatty acids, which research has shown has good effect, has positive effect on the behavioral and cognitive abilities or the neurodevelopmental outcomes of children. We have omega-3 fatty acids to the tune of 600 milligram, of which 300 milligram of that is DHA, docosahexaenoic acid, which the pregnant woman needs about 100 milligram per day, and we're providing up to 300 milligram per day. So what are some of the benefits of SupraFem and SupraFem Plus? Which we all know as pharmacists, just trying to draw our attention back to it, that iron helps to prevent anemia in pregnancy. Folic acid helps the proper development of the baby's brain and spinal cord. Vitamin B1 provides energy for the mother during pregnancy. B12 helps maintain blood pressure and prevents preeclampsia. Magnesium boosts mood and aids sleep in pregnancy. B5 helps to reduce stress during pregnancy. And B6 will help with morning sickness during pregnancy. Zinc improves lactation after birth. DHA, apart from the other properties I mentioned, can also prevent premature birth, as well as helping the development of the baby's brain and retina. D3 helps to build the mother and the baby's immune system. B12 prevents low birth weight, and vitamin K can help to prevent excessive bleeding during birth. So in summary, SupraFem meets the nutritional requirements that the mother needs during pregnancy and during breastfeeding, provides the essential nutrients, and contributes to healthy outcomes, healthy pregnancy outcomes for both the mother and the baby. SupraFem Plus provides the nutritional requirements for pregnancy and also breastfeeding, provides for proper development of the fetal brain and eye, and reduces risk of preterm delivery. And the dosage, which will help for compliance, is just once in a day. For the SupraFem tablets, 1 daily, while for the SupraFem Plus, 1 tablet and 1 capsule daily. So I'm seeking your commitment to please recommend SupraFem and SupraFem Plus, which is the balanced nutritional support for pregnancy, to your patients as you see them. However, this is the full complement of our Supra ranges, which we are bringing. We are going fully into the nutraceutical market. But currently, we have 2 of these products in the market, 3 of them in the market. We have the SupraFem, we have the SupraFem Plus, and we have the Supra Kids syrup. The others are still in the works. We'll have them shortly in the market very early next year. So I really want to thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to me. But please, we have our booth outside. Please come check out our booth and purchase these products. We have discounts available for you as well. So please, for Suprafem Plus and Supra Kids Syrup, please try them out on your patients, and I'm very, very sure you'll be impressed by it. Thank you very much. If there are any questions or contributions, I'm here. Thank you.
Which one can make twins available? God. God will make them available. Okay. Let's give him another round of applause. Any questions? Question. Maybe just take it and so you can go. Abi? He wants to go.
Thank you, Swifa. It's good you are here today because as a community pharmacist, I see a lot of clients, both the smart ones and the very smart ones. And I was opportune to have samples of your product on my shelves that I got from you. And I want to ask the question one of my clients asked me now that you are here. The question is this: is it that Suprafem is for women that don't want to breastfeed after taking care of their babies, and Suprafem Plus is for women that want to breastfeed? Because if the plus is specific for breastfeeding in addition, why don't you just make Suprafem? Because every woman that takes their baby to term would obviously want to breastfeed, even if it's for 1 hour. So why the differentiation? So I'm putting it to you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So for both products can be used by pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers. Both products can be used, right? So the Suprafem Plus has in addition DHA. The beauty of DHA is what it helps the brain and retinal development. We know that rapid brain development happens during the first few years of life, like the first 2 years of life, right? So it's more a marketing positioning to say, all right, so mostly for breastfeeding mothers, take the one with DHA. But it doesn't mean that pregnant women cannot take the one with DHA. Both pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers can take both, but some people would prefer to have something that have DHA so that their baby's brain and retina will develop properly. Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. For further questions, we'll meet you at your stand. Thank you. Can we one more time clap for him?
All right. We will be taking the second presentation. Pharmatex. A round of applause for them as they come forward. Pharmatex, please. 10 minutes.
Please come.
Okay. Sorry. Good morning, all. I want to stand on the already established protocol. My name is Dr. Charles Okafor. I work for Pharmatex Nigeria Limited. I also work for Hovid Pharmaceuticals. I know most of you may be wondering, how could I be working for two different companies at a time? I'm aware that some of you are already aware that Hovid and Pharmatex are actually one and the same company. Pharmatex is sole agent to Hovid in Nigeria. So we are the sole marketer of Hovid products in Nigeria. So where you see Hovid is Pharmatex. Where you see Pharmatex is Hovid. Okay, Hovid. My presentation this morning will be very brief. I've been told that I have 10 minutes. I don't know what I can achieve with 10 minutes, but I will try. Hovid as a company, we have our head office in Malaysia. Okay, so what is the vision of HOVID as a company? HOVID believes in a culture of continuous innovation and quality. And our mission as a corporate entity is to provide quality pharmaceuticals and healthcare products and services while achieving customer satisfaction. And for us to achieve our vision and our mission as a company, we need the authorizations and the certifications of the regulators, global regulators. And for that reason, HOVID as a company has 1643 marketing authorizations. We have the current good manufacturing practice and current good laboratory practice. We also have the current EU GMP. And as a company, the regulatory bodies globally, FDA, NAFDAC, and other regulatory authorities, they have inspected our factory and they've given us approvals. And that's why even UNICEF, and that's why HOVID as a company is one of the few companies that actually supply products to United Nations. And these certifications and approvals are actually the driver for our global presence. Currently, HOVID has its presence in over 50 countries of the world, including the US, Asia, Europe, Africa. And what that means is that whatever products you consume here in Nigeria, if you are opportune to travel out of Nigeria and you get yourself in US or Canada or in Europe, you also see the same products. So whatever we are using here in Nigeria as HOVID products is the same quality, the same efficacy that you can see when you travel outside Nigeria, even in US and European countries. As I said earlier, we have our presence in over 50 countries of the world. Of course, we are in Nigeria, we are in Australia, we are in Hong Kong. Just last year, HOVID as a company was incorporated in UK as one of the companies, marketing pharmaceutical products in UK. So let's look at our portfolio. HOVID portfolio is divided into 4 subgroups. You have the ethical pharmaceuticals, you have the OTC products through supplements. We are also into medical devices, and we have disinfectant solutions. HOVID as a company has well over 300 products divided into these 4 subgroups. Of course, most of you are very much aware of our antibiotics. We have Hoftrex, that's our ceftriaxone injection. We have Dosicap, our doxycycline. We have Hovimax, that's our azithromycin 250 milligram. Of course, you are used to our Dopatab, our Metidopa. We have Lipidus, and so on and so forth. We also have Tocovir Suprabio, and that's one of the innovative products of HOVID. Okay, I will not fail to mention our DHA. The last speaker was talking about DHA being contained in their multivitamin. But HOVID as a company, we have a product called DHA Emotion. So we have that as one of our products. We also have Luta anti-malaria as one of our products. Okay, the success story of HOVID as a company, cannot be recorded without the robust and well-funded R&D department. HOVID as a company has one of the most, dedicated, well-funded R&D, facility. In our R&D department, we have been able to, develop well over 300 products. And currently, we have 50 products in their various stages of development in our R&D department. On the average, HOVID, launches 8 products per year. And we've been able to complete over 150 bioequivalent studies in our R&D department. We've also gone ahead to conduct more than 22 clinical trials in our R&D department, mostly on tocovir suprabiol. Talking about tocovir suprabiol, of course, is the major active ingredient here is mixed tocotrienols. That is the major constituent of tocovir suprabiol. And I'm very much aware that most of you here must have used tocovir or recommended that for your patient in one way or the other. It's a product that is used as a long-term neuroprotective agent in the management of a stroke, in the prophylaxis of a stroke for people that have had TIA and survived, and for dementia to attenuate the progression of symptoms in people suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's. So these are some of the areas where tocovir can actually be used. And that's one of our innovative products as a company. So I want to take you through some of the milestones we've achieved with this product. The product was actually successfully extracted from palm oil in 1980s and encapsulated into a dosage form. In 1995, the United States National Institute of Health, actually funded the first study on tocovir. In 2007, tocovir suprabiol was granted, GRAS status by US FDA. In 2013, the first human study on tocovir suprabiol was actually conducted on the use of tocovir to protect the brain cells. In 2014, another human study was published in Stroke Journal, which showed that tocovir suprabiol can actually be used as a long-term neuroprotective agent in stroke. In 2017, Hovid as a company became the first company in Malaysia, to gain US FDA orphan drug status for tocovir suprabiol. Currently, as I'm talking to you now, we have well over 5 ongoing clinical trials on this product being conducted in the United States of America, in the EU, and also in Malaysia. So the suprabiol innovation, currently, Hovid as a company has the patent rights for this mechanism. Usually when you take a fatty product, you will require a special environment for optimal absorption. But that's not the case with tocovir suprabiol. Because of the suprabiol, mechanism, tocovir is already emulsified. So once you take tocovir, it gets in contact with your GIT, it forms an emulsion instantly and is taken into the system. So there's about 300% increase in absorption. So you have enough, tocovir in the site of action. Of course, we all know that the absorption of fatty products are erratic. So most times you have little percentage of the product you take, vitamin A, vitamin K, vitamin E. Most of them, when you take them without proper environment, you have little or none of it getting to the site of action. That's the problem with vitamin A. That's the problem with vitamin A. But with this suprabiol technique, which Hovid as a company had the patent right for, we still have the current patent for this, delivery system. Once you take the tocovir, you don't need to worry yourself about the environment, about the status of absorption. Once it gets in contact with your GIT, it's taken into your system. So these are some of the indications. As I round up, these are some of the indications for tocovir as a super antioxidant. It can be used, in early protection in people that have had TIA to prevent, further damage, neuronal damage, paraventure, the person goes down with stroke. Of course, it can be used as an adjunct in the management of stroke. Also in neuroprotection in mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's disease. Okay, why I conclude, I also want to mention that Hovid as a company, we also have our anti-malaria, Luta anti-malaria. I just want to say one or two things about this Luta anti-malaria. One will be wondering why Luta? Why Luta? Of course, we all know that Hovid, knowing the pedigree of the company Hovid, of course, you are rest assured that whatever you're taking, from the staples of Hovid, you'll be rest assured about the quality, about the efficacy of the product. So if you want to treat your Plasmodium falciparum infection, the first time, most times you take anti-malaria, it doesn't work. You go back again, take another one, it doesn't work. Every week you take anti-malaria. But once you take Luther, you are rest assured that you're taking the right medication, and your malaria will go the first, at the first attempt. And that's what the solution COVID is bringing to the table. So our Luther anti-malaria can be used to treat, falciparum malaria the first time, at the first attempt. That's the key thing there. So once you are sure that you have malaria, just go for Luther, and you will be rest assured that your malaria will go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, if you have malaria,
First attempt.
Just first attempt, Luther and Tocovid.
But only Luther. I didn't say Tocovid, though. It's only Luther.
So you cannot use Tocovid for malaria.
No. It's Luther.
Let's clap for him, the company with worldwide certification.
The company that at first attempt the malaria is gone.
Go.
A round of applause for COVID again.
While he was Tocoviding us, we had a very wonderful guest, one of the special guests of honor walking. KBSU. I thought I have Yorubas in the house. KBSU. Adiakwelorio. Grace, we have our own national chairman, ACPN, pharmacist. What do we put? KBC?
You can add KBC. It's
to
part
it.
of it.
Yes. Wale Oladigbolu, FPSN working. And he's also a special guest of honor for us. So please, ushers, please. You have to do it in the KBC.
Keep clapping as it goes to the high table.
Now you survey well. Thank you very much, sir. You're welcome. All right. We move very fast now. As we welcome, somebody put this together, and a team of very resourceful colleagues, led by our own pharmacist, Pastor Olufunminiyi Isaac. ID Noble. In those days when we were younger, if you hear ID Noble, they used to take something, they are very good at operating in the bar. I hope you are not a bar person. Since he's a pastor, let's clap for our pastor. He's not ID Noble of the bar. So he is coming to give us his opening address while we are here. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Professor Charles and Professor Mrs. Iyabeji. Good morning, senior colleagues, chairman of the occasion, all fellows of the society, the PSN president in absentia, all the national ESCO that are present here, the state ESCO, merit award winners of Lagos State PSN, and every other distinguished colleagues that are here. It gives me great joy to welcome great men of honor to 2023 PSN Scientific Week. The week commenced from Friday with NAPA program, Tuesday, apps and our colleagues in the hospital, and Wednesday, the master class, today, the opening ceremony. And it's going to close by Saturday, by God's grace, 9th September 2023. Thank God the judgment of yesterday did not disrupt our program. We are here today, Thursday, 7th September, for the grand opening ceremony of 2023 Scientific Week. I acknowledge the support of our chairman of today's occasion, Farm Anthony Aime, FPSN, FPC Farm, for his innumerable support, even in the zone I come from, apart from the society in general, and even our daddy, who is the father of the day, fellow DG Oshinanke, who has been a pillar of support for people like us in the society ever since we graduated in the university. Thank you very much, sir. And our chief host, Farm Professor Siri Yusufo, PSN, FPC, FNA Farm. God bless all of you all in Jesus' name. I also express gratitude to all our sponsors. Let me just mention a few of them. And Baker, Emerson Pharmaceuticals, Pfizer Specialties, Cabe, Swiss Pharma, Pharmantes, and others that send goodwill messages. I pray your premises, your endeavor will move forward. Your support contributed in no small measure to the success of the entire program of today and the one we are still going to do tomorrow and next tomorrow. The theme of 2023 Scientific Week is very, very special. Access to effective and safe medicines in Nigeria, a call to action. Our keynote address speaker, one of our mentor, who is also my mentor, he gives to this society, fellow farm, Olumide Akintayo, FPSN, FPC farm, FNA farm, FNIM, is more than capable to do justice and give in-depth analysis and exposition on this topic, thereby charting the way forward for our profession. And if you are online, you could see what he did in Abuja yesterday. But just stay tuned. By God's grace, we are going to have way forward after this program today. My appreciation to the Almighty God for His enabling power. I also wish to appreciate the current chairman of PSN Lagos, Fan Babayemi Oyekunle MAW, all the past chairman of PSN Lagos, that's the living ancestors of our society. You will understand why I call them living ancestors. They are very knowledgeable. They direct, they mentor, they grow. Let's give them a round of applause. I thank all the members of the planning committee for their cooperations. Finally, I wish to specially welcome our PSN president, Farm Professor Siri Yusufo, PSN, FPC Farm, FNA Farm, and all the fellows of PSN and the Council of Merit Award winners of PSN Lagos State to this August occasion. All the Council of Merit Award winners, please don't forget our program of tomorrow at PSN Secretariat. I thank every one of you here seated for listening and participating in the proceedings of this year's Scientific Week. And by God's grace, next year, we will also hold a successful Scientific Week. Long live PSN Lagos. Long live Nigeria. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Can we please do more for this amiable gentleman who is doing great things for pharmacy? And on behalf of the two of us here, can we just recognize the members of the planning committee? Can you be upstanding if you are around? Members of the planning committee. Yes, these are the ones that have put this together. Please, we recognize you. Thank you for what you do. God bless you. Thank you. It's instructive to also, at this juncture, especially recognize if these leaders of the society who have, like he said, leading the way and giving direction to pharmacy. Please, all fellows of the society present, we want to recognize you for what you do. If you're a fellow in the house, please kindly be upstanding, and let's give them a rousing applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma. God bless you. All merit award winners of the society present. If you're a fellow, it's 99.9% that you're a merit award winner. So all merit award winners of the society. All merit award winners.
Wow.
This is amazing. Great. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Fellows of Nigeria, fellows of any society, West Africa, postgraduate, engineering, architecture, admin, NMI, anyone, Air Force, anyone you belong to. Fellows, if you are a fellow anywhere, rise up.
Hello, Nigerians.
Fellow Nigerians.
I don't like the way you are commonizing this fellow. It's not easy.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Now, the ones that are the real fellows now, The real fellows. Yes. If you're a fellow of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, stand on your feet. Fellow of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Are you not a fellow?
Maybe she's an intending Japa citizen.
Okay. Please don't japa. Nobody here must japa. We must see you next year. Everybody here. Please take attendance. Anybody that is not here next year, we will know what to do. Thank you very much for that. And I think at this time, what is the next program, Seth? You know, when you are doing this job, they will give you a lot of sheets of paper, they will giving you. You will not even know which one to hold. But let me see, I have a very sound support here. Oh, can you imagine? It's inside this book. Oh, great. But before I do that, let's also recognize the presence of immediate past chairman of national chairman of ACPN, Pharmacist Samuel Adekola. This is your Agbada self. Which one are you going for now? Senate. Because the Agbada looks out of Pharmacist Olumide Akitayo of PSN. Copy. You are copying him. All right. We have the chairman of PSN Lagos State Branch. A very wonderful brother. Amiable, easygoing, unassuming, an achiever. You can't fault him when you give him an assignment, and you can see what he has started now. Let's join us together to welcome pharmacist Babayemi Oyekunle, MAW, as he gives his welcome address. Thank you, sir.
Let me establish the protocol for today. The chairman of the occasion, Sir Pharmacist Anthony Aime, a past president of PSN. You are really welcome, sir. Please welcome. Let's welcome our chairman. Well, the next person we will recognize is the keynote address speaker. But then, in his own case, I will have to step down so many things because he's still going to be recognized. But let me just say, well, I've given him, he must have been hearing it because we have been saying it behind his back, but he must have heard it, that the jurisprudent himself is in the house. You are welcome, sir. Pharmacist Olumide Akintayo, a past president of PSN, a past chairman of Lagos State PSN. You are welcome, sir. I want to also recognize our father of the day, who actually also is the BOT chairman of PSN Lagos. Our Baba, Ekwefunwasa, Sir Deji Oshinoike. Please, let's give a round of applause to our father. Mommy, too, you are recognized, ma'am. Please, let's give a round of applause to mommy. You know, the Yoruba, we always say, behind, even all over the world, behind every very, very successful man is actually a very good and charitable, woman. So you are welcome, ma. Let me welcome our guest of honor. It gives me great pleasure also to welcome our guest of honor. I want to start with Air Commodore David Babalola, the Deputy Director, Doctrinal Development, Air Warfare Center, Nigerian Air Force, Abuja. You are welcome, sir. It gives me great pleasure to actually introduce him because we are very, very happy, even in pharmacy circle, that one of our own actually is, raising the flag seriously and even being recognized all over the world for his achievement. So you are welcome, sir. I also want to welcome Mr. Olawale Musa, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Establishment and Training, Lagos State. Now we still come to that while we are recognizing him. It has been a serious tug of war with the Lagos state government, in terms of so many issues bordering pharmacy. But when I go into my speech, at least you will hear, some of us know some of this development, but then you'll be acquainted with what is going on and our resolve to make sure that by God's grace that we get this consultancy cadre for our members in the hospital. Thank you very much. It's been ably represented by Mr. Adedolapo Ajayi, the Director, Admin and Human Resources, Ministry of Establishment and Training. You are welcome, sir. I also want to recognize the Registrar PCN. In his own case, it's a funny one. He was there till yesterday night. But we were still talking with each other at about 12 midnight yesterday. Because I had told him, and some of us also are aware, that he must be here. I use the word must because I told him that if he calls himself Lagos boy again, I will deny him unless he comes for today's opening ceremony. And actually he came yesterday to Lagos. That I can tell you very authoritatively because we actually spoke severally. And he wanted to be part of this opening ceremony. But fortunately or unfortunately, let me use that word, he had to be summoned to Abuja. The keynote address speaker even was hinting me about what will happen. Because when I was telling him that Alhaji Babashe will be here today, he said, the person they have summoned to Abuja. So let's recognize pharmacist Ibrahim Babashe Ahmed, ably represented also by one of the deputy director in PCN, Dr. Filusi. So you are welcome, sir. The special guest of today, there are two, but one is around. We want to, by God's grace, we are praying and God will answer our prayer that he will be the next Alaafin. They just chose the Shoun of Ogbomosho. So I was waiting that his name too was going to be announced as the Alaafin. But we thank God for everything. So my brother, because we were even classmates anyway, pharmacist Wale Oladigbolu, the chairman of ACPN, the national chairman of ACPN. So you are welcome, sir. Let me recognize all the fellows of our society. I know they have recognized you, so I recognize you, fellows of our society. But before that, let me recognize all the past chairmen of Lagos State PSN. Please, all the past chairmen of Lagos State PSN, you are duly recognized. Starting from pharmacist Funsho Fakulujo. You are welcome, sir. Sorry, Baba, Agbayin ti dalẹ̀ ẹ pẹ́ fún wa lórúkọ Jésù. Thank you very much, sir. Then, pharmacist Lanre Familusi. You know I have the mic, so I will have to call you. So please stand up, pharmacist Lanre Familusi, a past chairman of PSN and also the current secretary BOT. Then BOF. Then, well, that's how when the names now comes in. I'm going to recognize, somebody usually call our BOF too. So I recognize the only, up till today by God's grace, the only female chairman of PSN Lagos, pharmacist Bolanle Adeniran. Or perhaps all the chairmen of technical and interest groups, you are welcome. All the merit award winners of our society, you are welcome. Distinguished colleagues, all the people from the press and media, you are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to establish this protocol so that for our young ones that are coming, that in a ceremony like this, even though we are pressed for time, but we still have to do what is right. Thank you very much. Please listen to my address, the address of the chairman, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Lagos State Branch, at the opening ceremony of the 2023 Scientific Week, held on Thursday, 7th September at the Lagos Sheraton Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. Yes, it gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this 2023 Scientific Week of our state branch. The times in our sector are unique, but we shall continue to push through. For ease of understanding, we shall highlight some of the contemporary issues at this occasion as reflected below. Before I go on, the truth is that I had thought by now that by the grace of God, our colleagues in the hospital will have been recognized as consultants. But, that's one of the things that actually bothers me, and I'm not as happy as I would have been, because I would have thought that it would have been one of the achievements that our ESCO will have, recorded by this time. But let's go on. Let me first speak about the pharmacy consultancy cadre in Lagos State. Let it be put on record again that the pharmacy consultant cadre was one of the specific demands of pharmacy stakeholder meetings we held with our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, in December 2018 at our secretariat, Lagos State Secretariat of PSN. For the sake of posterity, we remind the governor that the pharmacist consultant cadre was first approved in 2011 by the National Council on Establishment. This approval was validated 10 years, that is in 2021, by the same National Council of Establishment. We have observed with great surprise that there are current attempts to mutilate the configuration of pharmacist consultant cadre to a specialist cadre, which is contrary to the norm both nationally and internationally. This one came to us about 1 or 2 weeks ago, and we are really very disappointed. It is imperative to state that specialist cadre has never been on the cards at the federal and state level for the reflected reasons, which include: 1, in all the negotiations dating back 2018, when Juesu and APA engaged the Ambode administration, to contemporary times when NUHAP and Juesu negotiated with Sanwo-Olu administration, we demanded specifically for a consultant's cadre and not a specialist cadre, as is being touted now. We rely on the International Labour Organization instrument, especially Labour Relations for Public Service Convention, that was set in 1978, number 151, which states that convention promotes collective bargaining for public employers, as in this case now, Lagos State government, as well as other methods allowing public employees, representatives, that is PSN and Juesu, to participate in determination of their conditions of employment. It also provides that disputes shall be settled through negotiation between the parties or through independent and impartial machinery, such as mediation, conciliation, and arbitration. You know, you will wonder that most times when we want to negotiate with the state government, you will find out that medical doctors will be part of those negotiations. And what will you expect? It's for us in PSN, Lagos State. The Lagos PSN and JUESU negotiation, which provided a memorandum of understanding earlier on, is very unambiguous, that our demand has always been and will remain consultant cadre and not a specialist cadre. The genesis of consultant pharmacist cadre remains the approval of the NCE as earlier conversed. Lagos State remains one of the pivotal forces of this NCE itself as the golden voice of its representative in 2021, when even the establishment people, when they even said it, was one of the reasons in 2011 that the approval was validated again 10 years later. On the basis of this approval, Niger State, let's clap for Niger State now, blazed the trail for the recognition of consultant pharmacist cadre in 2013. That was the administration of Aliu Babangida. Other states like Edo, Osun, Oyo, Ondo, and recently Kwara have followed suit with an adoption of the circular from the office of the head of service of the federation. You know why this one really is very important is that we were thinking at one time, is it because maybe one of those states was PDP or whatever, or APC? But now most of these states are actually APC governments. So we do not even know the rationale that an APC government will not follow what other APC governments are actually doing. Consultancy cadre for pharmacists is also being, the Aso Rock Clinic is also implementing it. Various federal establishments are implementing consultancy cadre, so that we do not know why we are having this problem in Lagos. Graduates of West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacy, who first emerged in 1997, have been recognized as consultant pharmacists for over 20 years in countries like Gambia. At one time, Gambia even only had maybe about 8 pharmacies in Banjul that time. Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ghana, while we still embrace this filibuster tactics and substitution by elimination to frustrate same in Nigeria. Global best practice, which we benchmarked in our health system based on realities in countries like UK and USA, place a premium on consultant and not specialist pharmacists. Why should physicians in high places in Lagos be allowed to foster a Lagos State style of healthcare practice on the citizenship, contrary to the global and national benchmarks? The over-reliance on physician-dominated health system, where another set of 7 physicians were appointed as PARMSECs in the civil service of Lagos State, has a propensity to continue to truncate the otherwise beneficial health policies in Lagos State. A clear example is with respect to the Lagos State managed healthcare system, which will erode health insurance activities, but has failed to take off because of the pecuniary interests of physicians embedded in it in the last 6 years by the former Commissioner of Health, Jide Idris, and Abayomi-led dispensation, which accredited only hospital facilities to run health insurance in cosmopolitan Lagos in the 21st century. Against all reasoning. There is a National Health Act 2014 that lists health facilities in Nigeria to include pharmacies, diagnostic laboratories, physio clinics, and others, contrary to obtainable standards in our health insurance models, which places premium on the use of hospital facilities as sole operators. We challenge the Lagos State government to find out how accredited health facilities operate globally. If it is managed by care program, will not suffer. If it has been managed by, it will not suffer the same fate as the infamous NHIS at federal government level, which now enjoys a coverage rate of less than 1.72%, quoted in 2014. In 2014 it was 1.72% coverage. Now maybe it's 0.2% coverage. In high quarters in Lagos State government, pharmacists are now being intimidated of how connected physicians are to the seat of power, so that we accept whatever we are offered, irrespective of existing global and national norms. Let me say this very clearly here, that all this will amount to a clear violations of Section 42A and B of the 1999 Constitution, which forbids discrimination to citizens of Nigeria on the basis of gender, religious, social, cultural, and even professional affiliations to style persons in pharmacy practice, as it is being done now, as consultants nationwide and globally, while they are reduced to specialists in Lagos State, the acclaimed center of excellence. The third thing I want to state here is that it is imperative to define persons who are consultants and specialists in this discourse. A consultant, listen very carefully, a consultant is actually a person whose occupation is solicited for their expertise, advice, service, or help in area of a specialty. A consultant is therefore appointed and paid for his services or her services. Whereas a specialist is, however, one who is devoted to some specific branch of study or research. He may or may not be paid as his status is not the norm. In the University College of Ibadan, UCH Ibadan, this thing happened there. Some health professionals, including pharmacists, were designated specialist advisors because physicians will not share the designation of consultant with any other profession in 2014. But alas, 8 years later, that is in 2022, the immediate past health minister, Dr. Osagi Enairi, ordered they withdraw all appointments of specialists in UCH because there is no precedence of this, in law backing this up. The best practices or any best practice or establishment in the scheme of service, it is foreign. There is nothing in any scheme of service that listed specialists. Some years ago in Lagos State also, we are just, trying to give examples. The head of pharmacy facilities in all government hospitals were designated controller of pharmaceutical services because physicians in Lagos did not want them to be labeled as directors in all those various units like General Hospital, all those hospitals, general hospitals in Lagos. It took some gutsy bureaucrats. That's why we are appealing to the Ministry of Establishment and Training. In the Ministry of Establishment that time to correct this aberration. It is embarrassing that the Lagos State government has encouraged George Orwell Animals Farm, where some animals are more equal than others, to be dominant in the health sector. I hope most of us in my own generation, we read that book, Animal Farm. It is very instructive. It is worrisome that in Nigeria, government at all levels allow physicians to negotiate their benefit packages while still dictating what other health workers can enjoy. Now, I've always said this, in Yoruba. Ojú ọ̀run ó tẹ́yẹ fò láì fara kanra wọn now. We wish to call on the Lagos State government that our practice has reached a limit and we shall not adopt civil propensities. Government cannot continue to allow physicians who are also employees of government to impose their wicked conditions of service on workers who are not members of their callous tribe. Your Excellency, PSN Lagos is ready to work with your administration. Several times, most of us have actually campaigned even for the governor. With your, so we are ready from the inception to build a greater and better and enduring Lagos State. Our revolt should no longer be at the altar of dashed hopes and truncated destinies, because our members have endured long suffering in the quest for professionalism. I always say this, that if the Nigerian populace knows what they are missing, when the pharmacy content is absent in healthcare delivery, they will have protested. In fact, there will have been a mass protest on our streets. In recent Pali, our membership was derided as toothless, which offended the sensibilities of our members, which was most unfortunate. His Excellency, this will be on all the medias, in the newspaper. We are appealing to you, for you to directly deal with us so that this consultant pharmacy cadre can be achieved even during a very, very short time. Thank you. The next thing that I want to talk about is drug abuse and misuse. And there is actually serious need for NAFDAC to intervene. Many Nigerians have lost their lives because the criminals who attacked them are under the influence of drugs. Drug abuse is now a serious menace in Nigeria, and its consequences are all around us naked. You can see on the social media trending what drug abuse is doing to most of our youths. In 2018, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime conducted a national survey in the country, and they released a mind-boggling statistics on drug abuse and addiction in the country. The report stated that in 2017, 10.6 million people abused cannabis. 4.6 million Nigerians abuse opioids. 2.4 million people abuse cough syrup containing codeine. 2.4 people abuse sedative and tranquilizers. And almost 500,000 people abuse all this ecstasy. 340 people abuses, and so on and so forth. In fact, there are so many that are not documented. Evostic latrines are also agents of abuse now. In other words, we currently have a lot of people in Nigeria who abuse various substances. This confirms the fact that drug abuse is a cankerworm, eating really deep into the fiber of the Nigerian society. This also calls for innovative approach towards tackling the menace of drug abuse in Nigeria. The United Nations Office even survey also revealed that 376,000 high-risk users of drugs, 80,000 even now, it's common for them to inject drugs. There are so many cocktails that you don't even know the contents. This simply means 1 in 5 high-risk users of drugs inject drugs and even exchange needles doing so. Currently, Nigeria has high incident rate of HIV and hepatitis B and C. Therefore, many high-risk drug abusers are easily predisposed to HIV and hepatitis. The commonest of these abuses today is the access to alcoholic bitters. All these alcoholic bitters and beverages in sachets all over the place, in our garages and everywhere. Let's list the factors that fuel the rising spate of drug abuse in Nigeria. There is no doubt about the greater awareness of substance abuse as a daunting menace in Nigeria. However, certain factors have been identified as responsible for its insurgent and continuous use. These include, but are not limited to, dysfunctional family systems, high level of employment, ignorance of all these drugs, what these drugs can do to them, peer pressure, extreme poverty, poor awareness, on the part of all these people, and even the dangers that they are subjecting themselves to. Poor regulatory control, which leads to indiscriminate access to all categories of drugs. Poor drug distribution system. There are so many to list, and so on, even corruption and compromises at ports of entry. Let's state clearly the role of regulatory and law enforcement in this regard, so that they must do whatever they need to do now. NAFDAC must, as a matter of national emergency, stop further registration of sachet and other small packs of alcoholic bitters and beverages in Nigeria, because they are cheap. So, people can actually abuse them the way they like. Regulatory agencies such as PCM, NAFDAC, and NDLEA must ensure the enforcement of existing pharmacy and drug laws. Collaboration among various agencies in fighting this menace of drug abuse. All these agencies, they must put their differences apart and work to fight this drug abuse. Then there must be punitive measure on drug users. If there is no deterrent, people will continue to abuse and, contravene the law. So we must make sure that there is a serious deterrent even to people that abuse drugs. Finally, distinguished invitees, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I have not taken so much time, but these are actually needed. We shall continue to support noble initiatives of government as appropriate to boost the health consumption patterns of the Nigerian people. Our nation is very sick and therefore needs the input of all knowledgeable technocrats for us to stand any chance of revival. It is our hope that government at all levels will create the enabling environment for the finest tenets of rules of engagement for the ultimate public interest. To enjoy the thrills and feels, I want to tell you that in spite of all that I have listed, somebody said most of the time there is always this lamentation. But let me assure you, by the grace of God, fortunately for us, one man of God, he prophesied about days back that in spite of what we are going through in this country, that by the grace of God, Nigeria is going to be better than this. And pharmacy, we will get to where we should be by the grace of God. So I enjoy you to enjoy the thrills, feels of 2023 Pharmacy Week. And, some of us that were at master class yesterday, I know that you really enjoyed yourself. Today you will enjoy yourself. Tomorrow there will be Como. And by God's grace, we will be rounding up on Saturday with our picnic. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you, and God bless you all.
A round of applause for our chairman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Amen. All right, we would still like to recognize some special people that walked in while the chairman was giving his opening remarks. We would like to recognize one of our special guests of honor. He's already seated on the high table in the person of the chairman of NAIB, Pharmacist Ken Oinegbu. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. We also like to recognize seated in our midst the DPS HSC Pharmacist Shegun Onokoya. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, we'll be taking our next presentation by
Emzo. All right. Before Emzo comes on, technology is one interesting thing, and I know that by the year 2024, we'll be using artificial intelligence in this conference. Are you with me? Uh-huh. So that time I will be in Netherlands and I'll be comparing. You will see me. I will drop down. I'll be talking to you. Is it not possible? You better believe. Because I hope you saw that advert on MTN. The man fell, the groom fell, thought the wife landed. So I will land and I will just stay here and I'll be talking to all of you. And you want to catch me, I'll tell you, hold on. Yes, we want to do a walk through with the media. Just sit down and you'll be watching the exhibition stand. In the past, we have to go. And now we say sit down. But there's a danger to that. And as pharmacists, it's better for us to not sit all the time. So while you are using your eyes to do the viewing, I want to assume that you should get up, stretch your legs. I can see. Last week I was in Ibadan. Somebody said, Charles, they said my classmates said he felt I would have become taller. And I said, well, I'm looking forward to the year 2030. But I have one son who is taller than me, so there is nothing to worry about. My last born is taller than all. When you arise, you say, at least I'm taller than everybody in this house. So at least don't. So you can see, you can just do the exhibition stand walkthrough. This one looks like comics, I guess. Pro code, mixer grip. So, and of course, please, if you want to attend to any party, social gathering, be careful where you go. And when you are going, you can get certification from PSN Lagos to know where to go and where not to go. So we can assure you party certification. I think it's something we have to begin to do now. And that will give us more money. Consultants in the midst of us can begin to earn something extra. So it's important that we be creative, we think out of the box. So any party that will be held in Lagos, Ministry of Establishment and Training. So please, consult pharmacists. Is that all? Is that all? They paid money, please, because we are coming back next year. Okay, let me. It's interesting to see pharmacists. Your faces are shining. And you said there is no more palliative, no more subsidy. Grace of God. And the faces are shining. Wow. If I come back next time, I will study pharmacy still. Okay? No sound. Or they're not talking there. You guys should be talking. You should interview them and let them talk. Maybe go and interview them or something so that we can. So while this is going on, Emzo, where's Emzo? You are Emzo. You look so much like Emzo. Come. If somebody, yes, you look so much. If I pass by, I will know that you are Emzo. It's what? Unlimited wellness. Wow. Today on Lele. Unlimited wellness. I mean, that is a fantastic one. Unlimited wellness. Yes. YPG, that she has grown. So if you're no longer YPG, when is the age cut-off point for YPG? When is the cut-off point? 35. By so age or by service? Profession? By age? By age. Please, I don't mind being your advisor so that I can find a way to be joining you, because what you guys are doing is very digitalized. Now that we are doing Wellness Unlimited. Tosi, Secretary, are we set? Innovation. Digital innovation. Okay. Don't worry. By next year, I said it to be artificial intelligence. Don't worry. I can assure you that one. Because next year, we will have the best of times as we are having now. And okay, I think we can now ask Emzo to present. Okay, let's appreciate them. This one is Emzo now. This is Emzo. Okay, since it's Emzo, we can at this point ask Emzo to give us Wellness Unlimited. Unlimited wellness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the High Table, my esteemed colleagues, men of honor. My name is Yimika Oguns. I'm a brand manager with Emzo Pharmaceuticals. And today I would be talking to you about something that affects all of us, which is medicine supply gaps. And I'll also tell you what we currently do in Emzo to address that, and how you, as pharmacists, as our healthcare partners, can work with us to ensure that Nigeria improves her healthcare indices. I think I left my pointer. Okay, sorry. Just a minute. Okay, so you're no strangers to Emzo. You know that we've been around for over 4 decades. We've been around for a very long time. But what you might not know is currently we have over 200 products in our portfolio. So what that means is when I say unlimited wellness, it's not just an empty promise. We're actually covering every aspect of healthcare that you might think of. Emzo as a group, we have Emzo vaccines. We have been partnering with pharmacies. We have been partnering with individuals to talk about hepatitis vaccination and different options in vaccination. We also have the Zolon arm. We have Emzo HESCO, and we have Emzo Pharmaceuticals. I'll be talking to you a little bit about Emzo Pharmaceuticals. So, now, medicine supply chain gaps. My question to you is, why should you care? When you hear medicine supply gaps, why should you care about that? Anybody? How does it affect you in any way? When you hear medicine supply gaps, availability of medicines is hindered, correct? Can I have one more response? Treatment outcome is affected. Thank you very much. Yes. So it's a good thing that we have a basic idea of what this means. So I'm going to share with you a few ways that medicine supply chain gaps affects you as individuals, as healthcare partners, as pharmacists, as business owners, as people who work in hospitals, as people who have family members. All right? So, when the high-quality medicines we need are not available, one of the very first things that happens is it gives room for counterfeit medications. And so you no longer know, do I keep waiting till I get the brand I trust, or do I use what is available? And that's when people say, oh, when the preferable is not available, the available becomes the preferable. But EMZO, we want you to know that that's not the way to go. And another thing is, as business owners, I know some of us own pharmacies, you have drug shortages and stockouts. What this means is that your business is affected. You lose business, you lose sales opportunities. We also have poor quality control of drugs, and then man-hour loss. Because, like I think that's specialties, yes. Like you mentioned, man-hour loss, when treatment outcomes are negatively impacted, it means people stay away from work for longer. You have your workers saying, I can't come in because this. You yourself can't show up and perform at an optimal level like you would love to. So, this is what led EMZO into saying that, look, we can't keep having these supply chain problems. We need to do something about it. And our major strategy was to improve local production capacity. Because up till now, about 70% of the drugs and medications used in Nigeria is imported. We have so many pharmaceutical companies, but at the same time, we are importing so much. In India alone, there are about 10,000 drug manufacturers that serve about 1.4 billion people. In Africa, there are about 375 that serve 1.1 billion people. In Nigeria, there are about 115 plus registered pharmaceutical companies that serve more than 200 million people. The ratio no makes sense. It doesn't. So that's why we are here to tell you that we know that there's a problem when we overdepend on drug importation. We know that there's a problem because when we keep having our forex problems or challenges, or when we keep having issues of the borders being shut, you can't get the medications that you need. Because we have some internal challenges, we have companies exiting the scene, and then there's chaos in the system. So how do we as a people ensure that this does not keep happening? This is why we decided that, okay, let's ramp up our local manufacturing efforts. Now, when we were depending solely on importation, some of the things I've talked about impact of forex. One of the other problems was poor distribution. We all know that we have a logistics challenge in Nigeria. It's an opportunity anyway because people are making money from it. But what happens is when your meds are imported, you first spend like 2-3 months paying demurrage in the port before you're able to clear them. Before it gets to you, retail pharmacists, or before it gets to the hospital, several months have passed. Several patients that could have gotten access to the medications that they need. A whole lot could have actually happened by then. So, moving to import substitution. The benefit is we have improved medicine security. Another benefit is you can be assured of quality. When I worked in one of the hospitals in Lagos, we had certain countries that we would not accept medications from because there was a big problem with quality. It's not that the importers just wanted to import low quality. That's not the only reason. It's because, again, when the preferred is not available, the available becomes the preferred. And so, with import substitution, we're telling you that there's an assurance of quality. Because you're dealing with a pharmaceutical company that's been available or that's been around for over 4 decades. You're dealing with a pharmaceutical company that has a WHO built to standard pharmaceutical company, the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa. You're dealing with a company that works with international organizations like the Red Cross, like WHO, like UNICEF, like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So we don't compromise on quality. And then for you, what that means is you can get medicines that are more affordable for your patients, for yourself, for your family members, and they are readily available. So the formula that we are proposing is very simple. We ramp up on local manufacturing to improve medicine security, and also we ensure that there's access to medicines. So you might be wondering, okay, you've told us about medicine security, you've told us about supply chain gaps. What are you doing? What is EMZO doing? And how can you help? So, Speaking of import substitution, for a couple of years, we were manufacturing a range of cardiovascular products outside the country and importing them. But now, we are manufacturing these products locally. So what this means is for elderly patients, for patients with history of cardiovascular conditions, you have access to EMZO's brand of lisinopril, EMZO's brand of amlodipine, and EMZO's brand of hydrochlorothiazide, all locally produced. We are not waiting for importation. We are not going to tell you that, oh, we have to bring it from one country. No, we are producing them locally. Now, we also have some of our antibiotics that we were importing before. We have switched to manufacturing them locally. We know that there's a high rate of respiratory conditions amongst patients. But what this means is, azithromycin, that is locally manufactured by EMZO Pharmaceuticals, you are able to improve the healthcare outcomes of these patients. And also, our metformin. This is the first brand of metformin that will be completely manufactured locally. Instant release metformin. And this is a brand of metformin as well. And a whole lot of other products. So, some of these products, we were not manufacturing them before. I know that when you met us, the first time you probably met us, you met us through vitamin C, or you met us through EMZO paracetamol, right? I know you met us through EMZO paracetamol. But we've grown. We've moved so far. We've moved far from that because we're a company that thrives on feedback. We're a company that thrives on you, our partners, telling us what you want, and then we give them to you. So Pyramal is our brand of dihydroartemisinin and piperaquine. It's locally manufactured here in Nigeria. We are not importing it. We also have our brand of pyroxicam, manufactured with one of the highest quality APIs. And there's this thing we say when it comes to our NSAIDs, because you can use them and give us feedback on the effect immediately. So if anybody wants to put that to test, you can come to the EMZO stand outside and pick up any of our brands of analgesics and use them, and let's see how long it will take you to get an effect. You have a money-back guarantee. No jokes. And then, of course, our brand of celecoxib, which is EMZOBREX. Again, the reason I'm telling you this is these are some of the things we are currently doing. And how you can help us is to transfer the message that we have shared with you to your patients, to your partners, that look, EMZO is in the business of making sure that you have high-quality medicines that are readily available and affordable, and we continue to provide value to all stakeholders. Because the message is really simple. You are partners in improving the healthcare indices of your community. You are the first port of call when patients need help. Most adults will go to the pharmacy first before going anywhere. So we need you to know and to help propagate this message to your customers, to your family members, to colleagues, that EMZO's promise to you is to ensure that we remain your ideal partner in the delivery of unlimited wellness to all. So thank you very much for listening as I welcome you to our Unlimited Wellness, where our message is, with EMZO, when you feel better, you do better. When you feel better, you what? Thank you very much.
I'm so excited. Can we give her another round of applause? You knew them from EMZO paracetamol. Is that not true? How many of us knew us from Olatunji House? And now where are we? Ogudu. How many of GRA? How many of you couldn't get parking space at Ogudu at a time? But how many of you have been there 2-3 days now? You've seen something new, something fresh. That's fantastic. Can we give this a round of applause to Lagos State Ministry? And let us also clap for the visionaries of these projects. Lagos PSN. Please, all past chairmen, let them stand up for special recognition. All past chairmen of Lagos State PSN. I want to recognize them especially. All past chairmen, please stand up. The Lord will be with you. Yes, this is amazing. All past chairmen. Oh, wow. You can see that they are all living ancestors. Fantastic ancestors. God bless you all. Your strength will not abate. Thank you very much. And
Okay, we'd like to recognize in our midst, he has been seated for a while. We apologize. Dr. Azubike Chukwuemeka, a round of applause for him. He's the chairman, NAPA, also representing the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, Unilag. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome, sir. I worked with him. I was privileged to be the chairman of the editorial committee during his regime. Each time I have any cause to call him, like I had the privilege of wanting to reach out to any one of the past presidents, he picks my calls instantaneously. Instanta. And is a very, very revered pharmacist. So when I saw his name as the chairman of this occasion, I canceled my flight. And I said, this is more important than that journey. If I finish, and we finish on time before 7, I will still catch my flight. There is flight to Akure now. Please join me as we welcome the chairman of this occasion, pharmacist Sir Anthony Ahime, FPSN, FPC Farm, past president PSN, for his remarks. He is a true Nigerian. Can you see him? In green, sitting on white.
Thank you so much. The chairman of PSN Lagos branch, the very distinguished members of the high table, the League of Past Chairmen of Lagos, PSN Lagos, that laid a very solid foundation for what we see daily and every time in Lagos. I recognize in particular Sir Adeleke. He was my mentor when I came from Kaduna to Lagos in the early 80s. And I remember in this very hall, through his effort and the politician Jimmy Agbaje, in this very hall I was made a Merit Award winner of PSN Lagos branch 1997. And so I think that we're making progress. I see today that I want to specially recognize some of our other colleagues in other areas. It gives me joy when I see some of our colleagues who are in the military and they are flying our flag. I say this with a sense of purpose because it's not every time you find them. Those days we only heard about Mr. Akiemi, who was in charge in the Bonny camp. We heard then of Babangida. They've all retired. They played their role. But I came in this morning, I saw an array of officers, and they are pharmacists. And for me, it gives me joy. I was privileged to have been sponsored by all of you as a pharmacist to the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies some years back. And I was just talking with one of the officers here that one of their Air Vice Marshal is my course mate. And I remember vividly when we made our presentation in the villa where all the ministers were seated. Two of us were singled out to respond to comments, questions on the topic, and to all the concerns raised by all the ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And then the officer who is in charge of the special duties, I think Air Vice Marshal Uche Wangu. And I congratulate him that please do us proud, because there are not too many of them. First of all, let me come back to the assignment I'm giving to say thank you, Chairman Lagos Branch, Lagos PSN, and your team. Let me congratulate you, because this is the first time I will know that there is a changeover of batting. And I want to congratulate PSN Lagos Branch for what you are doing. You are the backbone of the PSN. Over the year, that's what I meant, and it's still like that. And I think you should give yourself a big hand of applause. I also noticed during your speech this morning, well, we know that pharmacy, we have evolved. I can't say we've evolved. But people must understand that the healthcare system is comprises people of different disciplines, a multi-sectorial setup, where everybody comes to bring his expertise to bear. And when I listen to your address to Lagos State government, I like to correct an impression. We're not fighting any person. We're not even fighting the system. We're not asking for consultancy because we want to earn more money, but we're asking for this because that's what is done elsewhere in the world, and that those of us who qualify should add value to patient care. And if that is not done, then it's an issue, and there's a gap created in Lagos Ministry of Health, and Lagosians will be denied the opportunity to benefit from the expertise of pharmacists. That's exactly the message. But let me apologize for some of the hard words that were used there. It's not very common we do that in pharmacy, but I know my colleagues were pushed to the wall to have used some of those words. If I had seen that speech, I would have stepped down some of those statements because we negotiate. And I want to promise that I will volunteer to be in a strategic committee for us to look at this from another angle. How we get out of this, how we dialogue with government, because we must engage government in all their policies. It's all about negotiation. I know that people are there who, because of ego, don't want others to contribute. But if we paint the picture where that the Lagosians are being denied of the expertise of pharmacists, it will be a better picture, and I'm sure we'll get our goals better. I noticed today the topic, my dear friend, my past president, Solumide, when I came in here also, I saw it, and somebody asked me, how come two of you are on the same program? Let me acknowledge here that over the years, we have worked together amicably, and he understands my body language when issues are very germane for this profession of ours. And when I was president, it was in my kitchen cabinet. You all know that. That's for any leader, you must have a set of people, a set of people that you rely upon when it becomes very dicey. Because the job is such that when meetings are over, you are on your own. And you need people who can give you quality advice, quality statements, quality ideas to be able to move on. And so I'm glad to be here that he will be talking to us on a very topical issue that is effective, providing access to effective drugs to our populace. He will be taking it, I've seen on the program, from another dimension by looking at our laws to situate what we're supposed to do. But let me challenge us that in every sector we find ourselves, we must play a role. If you're in the industry, and I'm happy they are here, you're expected to produce drugs according to good quality GMP. If you're in community, it's your business to ensure that products are well sourced from accredited facility and they are given to the patient. If you're in the hospital, you have a role to play to properly look at your prescription and ensure the patient gets quality service. Not just giving the drugs, but that you are adding value to the message and they are using the drugs properly. And I'm sure if you are the academicians, in the academics, Of course, you are all aware. You are in the engine room. You provide us the materials. And if your products are of poor quality, of course, it imparts on the society. The training itself is very germane. And I want to believe that at the end of today, the keynote address speaker will dwell more on this topic and be able to guide us, and we'll go home with one or two things. But please, wherever we practice, I appeal to you, let us play our role very well. Again, we are aware that this topic has been a very topical issue, even at the FIP. It's been said in so many languages. It could be safe medicines, or you talk about quality medicines, or even talk about security of medicines that we give to our people. So we think that he has so much to give to us today. Finally, my dear colleagues, I like to ask us to apply the rules of our laws. I see in the address of the chairman, two areas came out very distinct, which we're able to showcase to the public today. That we don't only ask for ourselves, we also try to look at quality of the service we render to our people. I see the chairman talking about quality drugs, and in particular, he was talking about drug abuse. Drug abuse, it connotes a lot of meaning that we are the vanguards of also protecting the community itself from how they use their drugs and how they source it. And I asked Lagos State, you've been in the engine room, you've been a good partner of PCN. Whatever the differences, I want to make an appeal before I sit down that Lagos PSN must play a role in assisting the regulatory body, in particular the PCN. I used to believe, and I hope it's so, that the PSN Lagos brand is the best partner of PCN when it comes to inspection and monetary control. Those days when I was an inspector, myself and Ms. Oshoba, we used to be in charge of Ikorodu area. And we did our best to the extent when you go there, it is not just to inspect the facility. Encourage those our colleagues who are not doing well. Look at the facility on ground. I remember that period, we met some facilities that our colleagues could not even, I wouldn't say, standard was below what we call acceptable standard. And we tried to say, look, it's not a punitive measure. Can you do one or two or three things? Next time we're coming, and some of them, we saw they improved. So what am I saying? Lagos PSN, I appeal to you, assist our regulatory bodies, both PCN and NAFDAC, in ensuring that we're well regulated. Because it is not enough to ask that government will give us incentives, but we should be able to impart also on the people we are serving. Finally, I'd like to thank all of you for remembering me, because for a very long time I've not been in PSN programs. You can understand, but let me say this, that I'm always available, and there is no time I've been contacted on any matter that concerns our profession, that even if I'm sleeping, I will wake up and give my very best. I ask all of you, do your very best wherever you find your practice setting, and impart on our profession, and impart on the public. Thank you for inviting me, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give a standing ovation for one of our legends, our ancestors in the pharmacy profession, pharmacist Sir Ahime. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. Let's be seated. Thank you.
Can we just be upstanding a little? All right. Okay. Your hand, your leg. Oh yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Your hand, your leg. Because we don't want any thromboembolism. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Because The young ones can do that easily, but our very, very young ones, oh yeah, please, is something that we must begin to do regularly. I hope you had your exercise this morning before coming. I hope you had your exercise. Not the one overnight. I'm talking of the one you wake up in the morning and did. All right. So please, you can have your seats. Thank you.
All right. We also like to recognize in our midst someone I've been privileged to work with. That's Dr. Olubusola Olugbake. She's the head of clinical pharmaceutical department in University of Lagos. A round of applause for her. Thank you very much, ma. God bless you. All right, we'll be taking our goodwill messages. The first goodwill message will be coming from the registrar, PCN, pharmacist Baba Shehu Ahmed, well represented by a director in PCN Lagos Zonal Office, Dr. T.E. Filusi. A round of applause for him as he comes forward.
Thank you. The chairman of the occasion and members of the high table, I see daddies and mommies and elders and also senior and junior colleagues. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I want to bring the greetings of the registrar of the PCN, Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashew Ahmed, FPSN, FPC Farm, FNA Farm. The PSN chairman has said some things about his inability to be here today. He actually takes the invitation very passionate and very serious, and he told me long ago that he will be here because of this week, and we're working towards that, and actually came yesterday. And the chairman has said all that, but he said something which I just want to talk about briefly. He said he was summoned to Abuja. The registrar actually was asked to received an invitation from the Federal Ministry of Health to attend the ministerial briefing that will be going on today. And he has to go and represent all of us and present the pharmacy part into the ministerial briefing. So that's why he had to leave unavoidably this morning, and he wants me to extend his apology to every one of us and to the organizers, and also to extend his felicitations to us. Therefore, I will be going through the remarks that he wants me to read to you. Remarks by Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashew Ahmed, FPSN, FPC Farm, FNAM, Registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, on the occasion of Lagos PSN 2023 Pharmacy Week and Scientific Conference. I wish to congratulate the Lagos PSN on this occasion, and to especially put together and has started since Monday with activities of the technical arms of the group, including the masterclass that held yesterday, which we observed, and we got the reports that have been very, very impactful on all the members of the association. And the registrar wants me to reassure the registrar wants to reassure the PSN Lagos branch of the PCN commitment and partnership with the PSN in Lagos State for all professional development and quality service delivery in the state in particular and in the nations in general. Lagos, everybody knows, is the hub of pharmacy practice in Nigeria, and therefore the PCN takes Lagos as priority state while delivering its mandate. I particularly appreciate Lagos as inputs from the state over the year has been useful in shaping council regulations. Our chairman of the occasion just mentioned issues in that direction. Now, the theme for this conference, access to safe and effective medicine, a call to action, is apt and timely. Our responsibilities as a regulator is to ensure that medicines are available to the public meet the highest standards of quality, safety, and efficacy. And the responsibility is not only limited to granting of licenses, it encompasses safeguarding the health and well-being of our communities. Access to safe and effective medicine is not a privilege, but a fundamental human right. It is the cornerstone of modern health care, and it is essential for achieving positive health outcome. The PCN, at every step of the value chain, is dedicated to ensuring that every medicine that reaches the hand of a patient is of highest quality. And we strive to ensure adherence to good manufacturing practices in our regulatory outings and framework, and good importation practices, good distribution practices, good warehousing practices, and good dispensing practices by all our stakeholders. I want to reiterate, I can't be talking about how we influence the GMP, the CGMP, and the good distribution. And I just will mention one in this meeting. I want to reiterate the call that I made last month to pharmacy stakeholders. I sent the registrar now, sent the information to the PSN, all the stakeholders, NAIB, PMG, MAN, APIN, and Nairo Farm, and the rest, in a letter that is titled Supply of Drugs to Unregistered Premises, including the open drug market. I noted that the uncoordinated drug distribution system is one of the instruments for introduction of fake and counterfeit drugs into the system, resulting in diagnostic and treatment failure and loss of confidence in the healthcare system and prevalence of drug abuse and misuse, among others. The federal government responded to this challenge by establishing a presidential committee on pharmaceutical sector reform to develop, among others, policies that will promote a well-ordered drug distribution system in Nigeria. Fallout of this policy development is the birth of the National Drug Distribution Guideline. The policy gives direction to players in the sector and properly itemize the direction of drug chain or drug distribution in a structured chain. Drugs are to be sourced from the highest level of players in the value chain, that is the manufacturers and the importers, and then down the chain to the licensed users of the drug, to the licensed distributors until it gets to the end users. Before the end users, there was a little modification in the NDDG recently, and government has approved it, that the chain is coming from manufacturer, importer, then it gets to the wholesale centers. The wholesale centers, we have the mega wholesale center, we have the public wholesale center, we have coordinated wholesale center, before it now gets to the community pharmacy and all that. And then the coordinated wholesale center has commenced in all the development has commenced in all the geopolitical zones of the nation. You will recall, for those of us that are aware, that the Kano coordinated wholesale center was commissioned recently, and Lagos wholesale center is undergoing development. In line with the extant laws and regulations and national drug policy, all facilities involved in the manufacturing, importation, wholesale distribution, wholesaling, retailing, and sales of drug must be registered and licensed by the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, and it is unethical and unprofessional to supply drugs to unregistered facilities, including the open drug market. And you know that our law was newly reviewed, and we have more power in regulation now. In summary, we must remain steadfast in our commitment to safeguarding public health by ensuring that every individual have access to effective medicine. This call to action is a collective responsibility that requires ongoing dedication and collaboration within the healthcare community and beyond. I want to wish Lagos PSN a productive conference and fruitful deliberations. Do not hesitate to furnish me with issues of imperative to PCN registry that will emanate from your deliberations. Thank you. Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashew Ahmed, FPSN, FNA Farm, FPC Farm. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for my boss, Dr. T.E. Filusi. You'll be invited very soon to PCN for part 2 of that lectures. A round of applause again for him. That's our regulatory officer speaking.
I said I was going to share with you my story with the force. Now, listen. In 1981, I got admission into Air Force Military School, Jos. And I got there. They said I should go and study. I went to play football. And I got injured. This injury took 9 months to heal. And I went back to my hometown with my father, who just retired from the military then, just 2 years. And I could not go back to the school. That is why I'm not wearing the uniform. But I did something today. Since I knew they were coming, I went to look for a cloth that will look close to their uniform. So at this juncture, let me hand over to my co-MC to welcome them, because it's not easy to welcome you like that.
Thank you very much. I think I also have a similar, although I didn't get admission into the school, but I actually went for 10 days for that interview at Air Force Girls Secondary School, Jos. I did very well in the academics, but running and all that was excellent. That's why I'm not wearing the uniform too today. So please, let's respect these people. They have it all. They are brilliant. They are physically fit. All in one package. Let's welcome Air Commodore Pharmacist, our own pharmacist, David Babalola, FPC Farm, Deputy Director, Doctrinal Development, Air Warfare Center, Nigeria Air Force, Abuja. Please, this one is ordinary clap, a saluting clap. Please, can we be standing, upstanding, attention? Yes, so is it easy to be an Air Commodore? I wish I was wearing the uniform. Thank you very much. Please, let's be seated. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. You now made living ancestors to stand up for common me. Please, so I want to grow too. The chairman of this occasion, Sir Anthony Ahimen, past president of the PSN, keynote address speaker, the board of trustees chairman of the Lagos State PSN, chairman Lagos State PSN, Lagos State branch, guests of honors for this occasion, fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be here at this auspicious occasion of the Lagos State 2023 Scientific Week. And not just me, indeed, for my other colleagues as well. Lagos is a center of excellence. And Lagos is always exemplary. And as the chairman of the occasion said, PSN Lagos is the pillar of the PSN. A round of applause for yourselves, please. I mean, I say at this juncture that it's always a delight for us in the armed forces when we are able to participate in PSN activities, our hubs, and all those technical groups. It's always a delight for us because we recognize that first and foremost, before we are military officers, we are pharmacists. And it's on the basis of being pharmacists that we are military officers today. So we recognize that fact very clearly. However, military profession, where we find ourselves, is a little challenging. And because we actually run two professions. We are pharmacists, and we are also military officers. And in the armed forces, the military profession takes precedence. So we are first and foremost military officers, even before we are pharmacists. So that has its own career path and career demands, which we must participate in, which must not just participate but also excel in. Otherwise, there will be career stagnation. That notwithstanding, we are also expected to excel in our pharmacy responsibilities. Because that is the reason for which we were commissioned in the first place. So we find ourselves pursuing two things simultaneously. And so that's why sometimes you may not see us, may not be very visible. But I tell you that we have not forgotten our pharmacists, and we always do what it is that we can do, the best of our ability, to keep the image of a profession very high and keep the flag flying. Having said that, I like to say that pharmacy in the Nigerian Air Force particularly has grown over the years in leaps and bounds. Today, I think we have more than 50 pharmacies. It's still small. We need a lot more. But we have about 9 fellows of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. There are about 10 that are still at various stages of the college. And as we speak today, we are grateful that the Chief of Air Staff has approved in principle the implementation of a pharmacist consultant cadre in the Nigerian Air Force. It's the implementation procedure and process that we hope that will be fast-tracked. Pharmacists in the Nigerian Air Force are also doing very well. Remember during the COVID era, these pharmacies were produced, our hand lotions, sanitizers that were used across the services, in our schools, in our messes, headquarters, Nigerian Air Force. They were responsibilities of pharmacists. We have our pharmacists also, when we go for courses and other areas that has to do with the military profession itself and we excel, we could be deployed outside the pharmacy sector. And so we have one of us that is presently a chief instructor in the Armed Forces Command and Staff College, Jaji. He's a pharmacist, but his responsibility is about military strategy. He's teaching military operations, tactics. That's what he's doing, a pharmacist. As we speak, we have a pharmacist in the Office of the Chief of Policy and Plans, headquarters Nigerian Air Force, responsible for policy matters that cuts across the service from operations to training to across. One of us here was also an instructor in the military training center, teaching recruits and cadets on regimentation, on tactics, and what it is to be a military personnel. We also have some of us, at least about 3 of us now, have been directing staff in the Armed Forces Command and Staff College. It's a prestigious thing in the Armed Forces to be a directing staff. It's like an instructor, but it's very prestigious. Today, we have about 3 pharmacists that have occupied that position. We also had one of us that worked directly in the Office of the Chief of the Air Staff as a staff officer. This doesn't come cheap. It has to do with recognition of excellence and recognition of hard work. And not just in deployment. We have one of our pharmacists today that won a scholarship for a master's in antimicrobial stewardship. We also have another pharmacist that has a fully funded PhD program in University of Alabama. Pharmacists in the Nigerian Air Force are doing well. And I was also privileged to be not just the first pharmacist, but the first direct regular commission officer to attend National Defense College, Abuja, last year. And interestingly, by the grace of God, I came out best overall in the course. And I'm also honored to be the first pharmacist in the history of Nigerian Air Force to be an Air Commodore. And so, thank you. So I'd like to say, in a nutshell, we are doing a lot within the limits of, or the constraints and the limits of our environment. Unfortunately, it's not open and it's not visible to all. But I like to say that we want to kindly plead with you to understand our peculiarities. And also say that we want to serve. We want you to remember us. We want you to include us in your programs. We are pharmacists, we are you. But certain circumstances and situations may make us seem far away. But I tell you, we are one of you. Thank you very much. And on this note, I want to once again congratulate the Lagos State PSN. You are doing a great job. Thank you very much. And interestingly, I'm not resident in Lagos again, but I see Lagos as home. So anytime pharmacy things happen in Lagos, I'm always around. 2 weeks ago, I was around for HAPS National Conference, and I'm here again. Glad to see all of you. Thank you very much. And please have a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Can we just do more for our colleague and our colleagues who are making us proud in the Nigerian Air Force and every other sector of the Nigerian Armed Forces? Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. Please, I just want to take a global recognition of all captains of industry present in our midst. I cited Patrick Ajay, pharmacist Patrick Ajay. Come in. You're welcome, sir. That's the MD, Mayor and Baker. Please, any other captain of industry, MDs of companies present in our midst, can you just be upstanding? Dr. Solomon, you are hiding. Even at your back, I can see you, sir. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. They are all fellows, too. All right. Thank you.
All right. We'd like to welcome another special guest of honor in the person of Mr. Olale Musa, the Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Ministry of Establishment and Training, who is well represented by Mr. Adedolapo Ajayi, the Director of Lagos State Ministry of Establishment and Training. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Chairman, please permit me to stand on the established protocol. Mr. Wale Musa actually loves to be here, but he had to lead a delegation to Dublin on human resource capital development. So I have his goodwill message to this esteemed gathering. Goodwill message delivered by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Establishments and Training, Mr. Olawale Musa, at the Scientific Week of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, held on Thursday, 7th September 2023 at the Lagos Sheraton Hotel. It is with great delight that I join the chairman and members of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria as well as notable stakeholders in the health sector to celebrate the scientific week of PSN Lagos State Branch with the theme, Access to Effective and Safe Medicine in Nigeria, a call to action. I must state that the theme is not only appropriate but timely and resonates deeply with government's commitment to ensuring good health and well-being of every citizen of Lagos State, given many policies and programs that have been undertaken in this direction. Access to safe and effective medicines is a fundamental right that every individual deserves. It is not only a matter of public health, but also a crucial aspect of human dignity. The lack of access can lead to dire consequences, including increased mobility, mortality, and economic burden. I am confident that this week-long celebration will offer opportunities to address the imperative of taking action to guarantee access to safe and effective medicines in Nigeria. Examining the current scenario as well as identifying underlying challenges and generate potential solutions. The PSN as a body plays a pivotal role in shaping public perception of pharmacists as trusted healthcare providers. In this connection, the responsibility of enlightening the public on healthcare issues, especially matters concerning drugs, rests on you because pharmacists are not just dispensers of medications, they are educators, advocates, and guardians of public health. The theme you have chosen for the week strikes at the heart of this administration's policy trust in healthcare management, which is the provision of unhindered access to healthcare delivery to residents of the state. As part of government efforts in this direction, it has reviewed, updated, and launched new editions of Lagos State Essential Medicine List, LEML, to help with the treatment of various medical conditions prevalent in the state and cater for basic healthcare needs of adults and children for the management and treatment of communicable and non-communicable diseases, maternal and child health services, mental health care, and emergency care. This is further indication that the state government remains committed to ensuring it achieves the Sustainable Development Goal, Universal Health Care Coverage Goal, and will not relent in putting in place policies, programs, and projects that will ensure the provision of qualitative, and sustainable healthcare delivery to achieve the UHC goal. At this point, it bears stating that the week is not only a celebration of your achievements, it is a platform to showcase the strides you have made across various facets of pharmaceutical endeavors. In this context, I would like to congratulate the chairman and members of PSN Lagos State Branch for successfully hosting this year's scientific week, and I commend you for your advocacy and leadership role in addressing many issues that relate to the healthcare development. It is my expectation that the week will act as a springboard in intensifying efforts towards educating the public on access to effective and safe medicines and advancing pharmaceutical endeavors in every sphere. Whilst thanking you for your attention, I wish you all a fruitful and memorable deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We might be heterogeneous in structure, but we are very homogeneous in ideology. And as pharmacists, our ideology remains the same: qualitative healthcare delivery. Am I right? So we have the national chairman of NAIP, whose responsibility is to structure the provision of quality healthcare through production, marketing, analysis. What else again do you do, sir? You say it when you come. Please let's join our hands together for pharmacist Ken Onwegu, FPSN, National Chairman, NAIP.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members, Board of Fellows here present, please permit me again to stand on the already established protocol to make this goodwill message. We are particularly excited that honestly all of us have started singing the same music. Medicine security or access to essential medicine. It boils down to the same thing. And if you take a very critical look, you will agree with me that we are making substantial progress. Just recently, not quite long ago, the federal government of Nigeria recognized the importance of domesticating your production of medicine security by making a very bold policy statement directing that henceforth our products here should constitute 60%. Our essential medicine requirements should be produced 60%, while 40% can come from outside, which is a total paradigm shift from what we are having today, 30% done locally and 70% done from outside the country. So with that policy statement already, I can assure you, honestly, we are making significant progress. Few years ago, if you ask us to maybe say the number of pharmaceutical manufacturing plants in the country, we say 120. But as I'm talking to you right now, NAFDAC will give you authoritatively that that number has grown from 120 to about 170 companies. And if you also look at the number of companies involved in contract manufacturing agreement in Nigeria, before, I think the number was far below 20. But right now, I can tell you about 40 companies are involved in local contract manufacturing agreement. Making sure then that honestly when we talk about drugs, medicine security, we are getting closer to that area. Yesterday, I had the rare privilege and honor of coming back from Cairo with our president, Professor Suri Usifo. We have been there for the past 1 week, 5 days precisely, of course with PMG Man. It is always good if you want to measure your level of progress, always good to collaborate, engage, and partner together. At least when you take the history of Egypt and compare to a little bit extent, while we are boasting of about for 1.5 actually to $3 billion as our annual market share, Egypt with a population of 110 million people, they're already hitting the 6 billion. Of course, when you take the critical condition at the Nigerian situation, that 1.5 to $3 billion is both formal and informal market. So if you factor the informal market, which constitutes almost 50% of what you are doing now, you can say that, rightly say that the Nigerian formal market is valid between 6 to $8 billion. We are making progress. And I want to believe too that in the area of vaccine production, you heard what my colleague just said here, I think from my former company, EMSA, they are already in vaccine production. And NAFDAC is also stepping the ante as far as vaccine production is concerned. When you talk about API production, which is another bold move towards ensuring medicine security in the country, I think also, honestly, we are making very serious incursion there because I know about 1 or 2 companies that have gone far in trying to start at least one molecule or the other. So maybe in the next couple of years,
Nigeria, we can rightly say that we have about 6 or 7 companies in local API program. But these are the only 2 things that can guarantee us medicine through drug security in the country. We cannot be talking about medicine through drug security in the country when we are still importing virtually 70 to 80% of our daily essential drugs. It's not possible. So on behalf of that, honestly, I want to thank my very good friend, the chairman of PSN Lagos State, and of course, the movers and shakers of PSN Lagos State for what you have done. We cannot write the history of pharmacy in Nigeria without PSN Lagos State. We congratulate you, we felicitate with you, and we wish you the very best. May God bless all of us. Thank you.
May God bless all of us.
Movers and shakers. Let's clap for ourselves again.
Thank you very much. And at this juncture, we'll take the last goodwill message, but not without special recognition of our own pharmacist, Wale Oladigolu, National Chairman, ACPN. Before we say what is ACPN, I know we have the director here. What is ACPN? What is NAIP? Sir, NAIP means Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, and ACPN means Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, where you pick your drugs up at the neighborhood. This is our national chairman, sir. So if you have his card, you won't pay, you just pick it free.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charles, you have a way of making people to open their mouths and laugh. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to thank the organizing committee of this very dynamic and very important event for putting this together. I also want to thank pharmacist Babayemi so much for that thought-provoking speech. I have known him for over 3 decades, but I have not seen him in this kind of perspective. The kind of speech that you made today is the one that has turned my head upside down. I came here with a prepared speech in my mind, but I have to change that having listened to you. I came here to say that Lagos is the fulcrum of pharmacy practice in Nigeria. I came here to say that Lagos is the pace-setting state when it comes to pharmacy practice. It is the home of dynamism. It is the home of mature militancy when it comes to pharmacy practice. But realizing that Lagos is here to get it right with consultancy Ikeja saddened my mind and made me to change my mind to say that, look, Lagos, there is need for more mature militancy. Due apology, my past president. I know what you represent. I know what you stand for. But if you don't call out people, one of my very good friends in Port Harcourt will say, if you don't say, here I am, nobody will say, here you are. So you need to call out these people and call their bluff. For over 1 decade, for over 10 years, we have fought for consultancy Ikeja. And we are still talking about it today. In a state that is a pace-setting state. I am happy and I am very glad that I'm seated right beside the Director of Human Resources for Lagos State Ministry. And we have had some exchanges. He has told me that he's going to make a very good report from this conference. And very soon, we will sing another type of song. Thank you so very much. Talking about access to medicine, I have no doubt that our very dependable acts in battle will do justice to that topic. Past President Olumide Akintayo. We have no doubt. But let me share 2 experiences I've had in my community pharmacy practice with you. Pharmacist Charles, I want you to listen to my story. One day, because I want to put it on the table, if you make the medicines in country, if the medicines don't get to the final consumers, we have not done the right thing. If we made the medicines in country and medicines are being sold in the market like alongside tomatoes and pepper, we have not made the right decision. Yesterday evening I was going home and just at Beggar, I saw people selling drugs by the roadside inside tray. It is new to me. It is appalling.
And we cannot say that medicines that are made in country should be sold that way. So we need to pay particular attention on how these medicines move along the distribution chain. And we need to do our best to make sure that we respect international best practices. I'm speaking to my colleagues in the industry, I'm speaking to PCN, I'm speaking to important people in Nigeria to say, please, and please, save the life of average Nigeria by making sure that medicines are distributed properly. I was in my pharmacy one day, and one person came to ask for that drug, Franol. And because of price, she left. And the next 1 minute when she came in, she was carrying her husband with her mother-in-law. The husband had acute attack of asthma. And both of them, ladies, carried the man inside my pharmacy. There was no fentanyl, there was no salbutamol nebules. And the last aminophylline injection that I had fell on the floor and broke. And here I am, community pharmacist. They have brought somebody into my office. The person cannot talk, he cannot walk. Gratefully enough, the woman is a nurse. So she looked to the floor and saw the one-quarter quantity of the aminophylline injection. And we withdrew it, and we gave the man, and he survived, and he lived. Second experience that I have, and I will tie it together. Somebody came to my pharmacy, this is just about 2 or 3 months ago, and asked for salbutamol nebules. Before I would finish speaking the grammar, that salbutamol nebules was not available. He could barely talk again. I was lucky to make intervention. I was lucky that the person survived. And that is the importance of where we are here. Access to effective and safe medicines in Nigeria. A call to action. We are professionals. And we have responsibility to the people that we serve. How we display that responsibility is important. If we talk of access to medicine, and the medicines are not safe, and the medicines don't get to the final consumer, or they come to the final consumers when they have had supply chain excursion, we have not done well. We have not done well for those individuals. We have not done well for our country, Nigeria, that is the hope of the black world. So it's on this note that I would like to say that as we leave this place, as we listen to our very dynamic and very intellectually resourceful keynote address speaker, that we must go home, all of us, resolving to drive this topic further. Access to effective and safe medicines in Nigeria. And the call to action for us as community pharmacists will be, produce the medicine in country, distribute it rationally. The moment we keep seeing drugs being displayed in the markets, it is not only infuriating, it is derogatory. It is not only derogatory, but it's a disservice to those people who hold us in high prestige. It is sad that commodities are being sold even on internet. And yet PCN has the regulatory oversight to ensure that medicines are not sold on internet like common commodity. Put it on Google. Open your phone. There's practically no molecule in Nigeria that you cannot buy on the internet today. And we have a regulatory authority in place. And we are all here talking about access to medicines. Yes, internet has come to break down a lot of barriers, and medicines will be more available to people. But it should be done responsibly. From HPM perspective, you all know what we have done. Thank you very much.
In Yoruba land, they will say, "Ọ̀rọ̀ pèsè jẹ." Ọ̀rọ̀ ṣe 1998 at Oshodi. My chairman, sir. 1998 at Oshodi. I was going back to the office. I went to deliver a message by my boss then, Oshewa. And I got into the vehicle. They actually gave me money for transport, but as a young boy, I had to rationalize the resources. So I got into Molue, and I saw a childhood classmate from Ondo Town. I can't remember his name, but his nickname was Atupa. And there were two in the class, Dede Igbo and Atupa. The two of them will come to the class, their eyes will be very reddish. In fact, our biology teacher can't ask them questions. Their eyes will just look like this. And I saw Atupa selling drugs in Molue. And he saw me. Hey, calculator. Yes, my nickname was Calculator. Hey, Calculator. Hey! We greeted ourselves. Long time. How are you? He didn't finish. He didn't finish from secondary school. So he now said, and I entered. Away? Where she join with you? Meaning, friend, this is what we do to Ito. And what was he selling? Solotone. But he wasn't comfortable on the journey. So we got to somewhere around the Lepo. He quickly disembarked. There was no phone. So we couldn't exchange telephone numbers. A secondary school dropout. And he said something. He said, I know you must be a doctor. You must be a doctor. I said, no, I'm a pharmacist. So, permit me to welcome my sister. She gave me her card. Chairman of this occasion, if not for this special day like this, Dr. Mudupe Oyawole wouldn't have given me her card. She's a pharmacist and she's a director with LASUTSA. So I will show you, when she comes, you will know her very well. Please, in case of any support her very well. And she will be reading the citation of our keynote address speaker. And can we robustly welcome her?
Our consultant with a difference. A round of applause for her.
You don't want to collect microphone for me, Abby?
I'll get back. Good afternoon, everyone. The chairman of the occasion, then all protocols duly observed because the time is fast spent. It's really a great honor to be reading the citation of my big brother and one of the living ancestors of PSN National. Olumide Akintayo, as is formerly known, is a proud alumnus of the great University of Ife, now OAU. He started his pharmaceutical activism and jingoism, like they said, as far back as 36 years ago on the platform of PSN Ondo State. As the secretary, please, can I humbly and respectfully call the keynote address speaker, a former PSN president of this great association. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay. So, yeah. So he moved to the PSN Lagos State, where he later emerged in various capacities on the executive committee for a total of 17 years. In pursuit of excellence, Akintayo was one of the pioneer students of the West African Postgraduate College and a foundation fellow by examination in 1997. He held several positions: secretary of Faculty of Community Pharmacy, where he's still an examiner till today, and he has represented the society on many state and national health committees. He served on several boards of parastatals and health institutions, including Onikon Health Center, Devon Lagos State Private Hospital Authority, and then board of UCH Ibadan. He was a member of the National Committee on Prescription Policy and National Steering Committee. He served on the National Council of the PSN Nigeria 1995 to 2018. Akintayo was a company representative of Nigeria at WAPCP, APF, and FIP between 2012 to 2015. He's privileged to have participated in several international, national, and local conferences where he has featured in the last 20 years. He has presented over 80 papers, including keynote address at PSN and technical group programs. In the year 2011, he was nominated as one of 50 Nigerians of integrity by the highly reputable Guardian newspaper, 50 top professionals in Nigeria by This Day newspaper, and 50 Nigerians of merit by Vanguard newspapers. So he was also listed in 2013 as one president of professional bodies in Nigeria by the Guardian newspaper. He also bagged special honors awards from various branches of PSN, including the Distinguished Pharmacist Award of PSN of Lagos State, Ondo State, and also PSN Abia State. As president of PSN, he contributed to shaping public policies that led to growth in Nigeria's pharmaceutical manufacturing sector and an improvement in medicine access to Nigerians. Regionally, he is a thought leader, contributing to healthcare sector policies through the African Pharmaceutical Forum. Akintayo, who has visited over 30 different countries of the world, is the CEO of Togmed Ventures Limited, health and pharma management firm. His family evolved wholly in a female hostel with his lovely girls. He continues to make policy inputs through legislative consultations and contribution in his national discourses through the National Assembly and related templates. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you this man of honor who will give us the keynote address speaker. Please, I warmly welcome the Jagaban of PSN.
Thank you very much, Dr. The chairman of this occasion. And I'm sure you know that I was trying to catalyze this whole process because time is certainly not our friend. And this is a very long paper. I've tried to abridge it, and there are areas you cannot just abridge if you want to make the type of impact we need to make. So let me just dwell a little on let me align with the existing protocols. Great to see the chairman of this occasion, one of my great compatriots in the many and unending battles of pharmacy, Tony Aimen. We've come a very long way, and I think some of the position papers that have shaped so many things, including some of the things you've seen in today's presentation, were actually done by the trio of Tony Aimen, Azubi Kyokwo, and myself for over a decade. So it's great to see you. I always tell you, you are not yet a septuagenarian. So you can't continue to pretend as if you have become very old. You need to come out a lot more because our people still need to continue to tap from your well of experience. Permit me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must pay special homage to our guests of honor at this occasion, and in no particular order. Let me start with pharmacist here, Commodore David Babalola, who is certainly an intellectual celebrity. Many people might not appreciate it. When you say Air Commodore, an Air Commodore is a general in the armed forces. It's the equivalent of a brigadier general. For men, I'm sorry. And I know he's very well decorated. He's one we must be proud of, especially for those who appreciate where we're coming from. For many years, the best we produced up to about a little less than 40 years ago when I started practicing was a colonel, one redneck, Colonel Akinyemi. And then gradually we got to a stage we had 7 brigadier generals in only the Nigerian army. We in fact produced a major general. I'm saying these things, sir, because of you in particular. Because many times, many people tend to undermine the potentials and the capacity of pharmacists because we don't make too much noise. So when you have a brigadier general in the Air Force, we have our representatives in the Navy. We produced an assistant inspector general in the police who was actually head of the entire health services in the Nigerian police. AIG Emeka Okeke is retired now in Abuja. I can go on and on. And that takes me to the PS of the Lagos State Ministry of Establishment. Even though Mr. Musa is not here, I am very emotional about that office, and the reason is not far-fetched. The PAMSEC staff of the Lagos State, in Lagos State, when this consultant cadre thing that's been dwelled upon extensively was going to be revalidated in 2021 at the 41st National Council on Establishment meeting, it was actually the golden voice who made it a reality. The PAMSEC staff in Lagos State. His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, was one time Commissioner for Establishment and Training. He was actually the one who gave us all the support we needed way back under the Fashola administration to actualize this concept. So you can imagine the frustration of people in hospital in Lagos when it appears that the same crop of people who propped and pumped them up that this was doable appear to be doing or doing another part. But we get to that in the body of the paper. So I want to thank you, sir. We appreciate your that office very much, and I want you to tell Mr. Musa that much. Of course, the registrar is one of us. We continue to pay homage to him. At this juncture, because I have wasted a lot of time on these protocols, let me just align with the existing protocols. Before we can go on, and I think I'm sure you project this stuff. Thank you. The dimension of this that we're going to take is how the PCN Act 2022 can pave way for access to safe medicines in Nigeria. There's really no how you want to talk about this without dwelling extensively on some constitutional imperatives. And I'd like to start with the 1999 Constitution, which is the supreme document when it comes to law in Nigeria. For those of you who do not know, every item in that Constitution is inclined or grounded on 3 major brackets: exclusive list, concurrent list, and a residual list. I'm sure a lot of people know this, but for those who do not know, when you say an item is on the residual list, it means all the 3 tiers of government have a jurisdictional influence: local government, states, and the federal government. All 3 tiers can make laws, they can enforce laws when that matter is on the residual list. That is why in a pharmacy, in a retail pharmacy, if you carry stock of wine or beverages, people can come from the local government and come and cause you some anxiety and trouble because you are carrying items they have jurisdiction over. When you say an item is on the concurrent list, it means it is the federal and state authorities who have a jurisdiction to carry out activities, enact laws, enforce them, and all of that, adjudication. But when an item is on the exclusive list, it is only the federal government and its due components, agencies, courts, that have a jurisdictional influence. So, for us in pharmacy practice, and I want you to note this, sir. For us in pharmacy, by virtue of being listed as item 21 in part 1 of the second schedule, drug matters are on the exclusive list. The express implication of that is that only the National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria can enact laws for pharmacy practice in Nigeria. It is only agencies of the federal government, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, NAFDAC, NDLA. It is only such agencies that can enforce laws enacted by the National Assembly. It is only federal high courts that can adjudicate on anything with regards to pharmacy in Nigeria. Am I communicating? Okay. So, if you have that at the back of your mind, then the next thing you want to look at is, what are these laws? In Nigeria today, we have two major pharmacy laws. We have over 8 drug laws. What are the two pharmacy laws? The two pharmacy laws in Nigeria today. You know, I must say at this juncture, sir, pharmacy practice is one that is grounded, it is laced with very substantial antiquity. For the records, the first set of pharmacy laws were enacted as far back as 1886. This is the Pharmacy Ordinance of 1986. It was that law that went through a series of metamorphoses. It became the Pharmacy Ordinance 1902, became Pharmacy Ordinance 1934, the Poison and Pharmacy Act 1958. By 1964, it became CAP 152, PPA, PPA, Poison and Pharmacy Act, CAP 152 of 1964. That was the very first time we had full autonomy in pharmacy because all the members for the first time were registered pharmacists. And then from 1964, we had more evolutions until we have what is now in the statutes book as CAP 535, Laws of the Federation, 1990. As we go on, you will see that this is the oldest pharmacy law in Nigeria. Even with the coming on board of the PCN Act 2022, you see clearly that that law still subsists. When we get to, I think, section 69, 69 or 670, you see that it is clearly stated in the law that that law continues to subsist. The only challenge is that if there is a conflict between the provisions of CAP 535, Laws of the Federation 1990, and the PCN Act 2022 takes precedence. You will also see in section 69 that the old Pharmacists Council Decree 91 of 1992, which metamorphosed into CAP P17, Laws of the Federation 2004, has today been repealed. So it's no longer a law in Nigeria. So that makes it only 2 pharmacy laws in Nigeria. We have a plethora of drug laws. We have about 8 of them. Time will not allow us to go into them. You have the popular NAFDAC Act, the popular NAFDAC Act, Fake Drug Act, the Dangerous Drug Act, Food and Drugs Act, LFN 2004. There are so many of them. Now, while pharmacy laws are broader, the various drug laws they are designed for specific interventionist measures. So you begin to see how these things work. It is important to put on record because I talked about antiquity. I talked about laws in 1950. I talked about a law in 1990 that is still a valid act of parliament. This has been made possible because there is a certain section 315 in the 1999 Constitution that conveys a validity on all laws that have been made in this country, provided they are not repealed. Section 3151 gives the National Assembly such powers. At state level, there is a 315B that conveys same privileges on all state edicts in Nigeria. And this takes me to our primary area of concern, the PCN Act 2022. The PCN Act 2022 came into law on August 16, 2022. It was signed by President Muhammad Buhari, officially as in Gazette number 157 of August 30, 2022. This law has 12 parts and 72 sections. Fundamentally, it is very important to put on record that everything you have in this law, and I will try to prove that as we go on, they are products of PSN resolutions at AGMs and all that. Some litigations, including those battles fought by this state branch, and of course, some of the hard work by the PCN registry itself. So we go to the very first page, and that's section 1. Section 1 that establishes this new Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. What we used to have was a Pharmacists Council of Nigeria. Today, the nomenclature has changed. It's become Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. What is the benefit? The benefit is simple. At a point when we were Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, some pharma stakeholders were of the opinion that, look, why should a body called Pharmacists Council of Nigeria regulate me if I am not a pharmacist? And we actually had litigations because of that. Pharmacy technicians, for instance, took us to court that they were not pharmacists. So why should Pharmacists Council regulate them? Unfortunately, it was not diligently prosecuted, and we lost. A court actually ruled. A federal court under former CJ Ibrahim Auta actually ruled that the PCN does not have a jurisdiction, and we lost it. It took so much to reverse that through a court of appeal litigation that stretched up till about 5 years ago. So today we have a nomenclature that is broad spectrum, more encompassing. Pharmacy is a profession. So Pharmacy Council of Nigeria today, therefore, is geared and structured to capture many more stakeholders. I might not follow, you should have changed this. Should have the very first page of the main presentation now. No. This is the very next page. After that one, you displaced. Okay. While they are trying to sort that, I think no. This is okay. Let me just go, and I think you'll follow. You'll follow. I'm sure they will be able to sort that at some point. So we go to section 2. Section 2 deals with composition. Composition of the PCN. Now there are additions in section 21J. There is section 21I. For the very first time since 1964, they have brought in people who are not pharmacists into this council. 3 registered pharmacy technicians who have more than 10 years, not below 10 years post-registration status, are now going to be part of Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. The reason is simple. To get the buy-in, more stakeholder, better stakeholder engagement. If you are regulating me, I think some level of fairness and a sense of justice should demand that I should be able to have some input since you're regulating me. And that's the spirit behind bringing them in. So you have section 21J, which also brings the registrar of council into the council itself. Either the structure we had was such that the registrar of council was just the secretary. It was secretary of council. He was also secretary of the disciplinary tribunal. But this is a more enhanced law that now gives the registrar powers. In fact, by the time you get to section 4, you see that he's also the CEO of this council. The advantage of that is that because the registrar is now a member, he has an opportunity to bring input directly from the registry to council. Because and I think Sir Aime will remember, the secretary, as secretary, he could not contribute except if he was invited. But now, if you're a member, you can contribute directly. The DG of NAFDAC has also been listed as a member in Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. It's also the first time we have had this. For those of you who are familiar with the NAFDAC Act, you know that the chairman of the Pharmacy Council of NAFDAC. Now, what that does basically is to promote collaborative efforts between these two strategic agencies as we try and regulate and control our drug distribution endeavors in Nigeria. I won't place too much premium on Section 3 of the law because of our time, but basically it defines tenure. The chairman of council in this new dispensation must have at least 25 years post-qualification experience. Those people who will be members of council must have at least 10 years. Like I said, let us leave those ones and move to the more salient things. Section 4, functions and powers of the council, of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. Let me draw your attention to some very salient ones. I'm not comfortable that you do not have these slides. I'm trying to see whether... Or are you following? Okay, let me go on. Now, this is the first time we have enacted an act of parliament, a law that gives specific approbation, specific powers. That's what I mean by approbation. Specific powers to Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. You have Section 4B. Section 4B says the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria shall regulate the standard of pharmacy practice and business. So for the first time, we're facing reality that there are dimensions in our practice. Pharmacy is one that has a very substantial commercial plenitude. So you'll be deceiving yourself if you imagine it is only about practice. The chairman ACPN was talking about sales of medicine on the internet. For those people, it is business. And that's why Pharmacy Council has powers to regulate such people, even those on internet, because it can regulate practice and the business. There is a Section 4E and Section 4H. This is one of the most important and strategic powers of council today. The Pharmacy Council of Nigeria in this new regime has powers to inspect, please note the powers, inspect, approve, license, and regulate everybody in the pharma business in Nigeria while ensuring good pharmacy practice. Sections 4J, K, and L now gives you an idea of those people that will be regulated. They include members of the pharmacy profession, like it's always done, pharmacy technicians who took us to court at some point that we do not have powers, as listed specifically, patent medicine dealers, even pharma marketers. So if you are a manufacturer or you are an importer, you have reps who are not pharmacists, and you think you can escape regulation, it is no longer possible, because this law provides that pharma marketers must be regulated by Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. And then it is also clear, the law says Pharmacy Council of Nigeria will determine the knowledge and skills to be attained by all of these players, pharmacy technicians, patent medicine dealers. It will also review those standards of knowledge from time to time. Section 4M, this has to do with MCPD. It's also the first time. You know MCPD, Mandatory Continuing Professional Development, we do. It was just a directive by fiat, by Federal Ministry of Health. One of the experiences we had was that the pharmacist lawyer, based in Nasarawa State at one point, took the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, the erstwhile Pharmacist Council of Nigeria, to court, at the Federal High Court, Lafia. And he won. He challenged the powers of Pharmacist Council to tie his annual licensure as a pharmacist to mandatory continuing professional development, because it was not provided in law. And so, Council has redressed that situation by rightly placing this now as item 4M under functions and powers of Council. 4N and O says Pharmacy Council of Nigeria shall register, license, regulate, control the practice of pharmacists, pharmacy technicians, patent medicine dealers, satellite medicine facilities. We'll talk a little about that. pharma manufacturing, importation, exportation, storage, distribution of pharmaceuticals, and veterinary products in Nigeria. I think I should spare some few seconds to talk about veterinary products, especially because of a recent development in Oyo State. I'm sure many of you have heard of the challenge of one of our colleagues in Oyo State. When state government authorities, through the Ministry of Agric, visited that particular pharmacy facility and sealed it, even if it was from hers. Now, the reality is that these veterinarians were some of the people who delayed the signing into law of PCN Act 2022. As a matter of fact, the first time that law got to President Buhari from the Attorney General's office everywhere, there were petitions from veterinary doctors that, pharmacies are not even interested in vets drugs, so why do you continue to tie to them? And indeed, at some point, they took that matter to court. Gratefully, the Federal High Court ruled that the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, as it was then called, has a specific approbation in law to regulate veterinary drugs because it's the same thing as human drugs. That was the verdict. So that law, that judgment had to be tendered to the Attorney General's office when we were going to redress the petition that prevented the President from signing that act into law. The spirit of this, therefore, what has happened in Oyo State is some level of monumental tragedy. Facts available to me, I don't know whether it's different, remains that that particular player stocked veterinary drugs, which was within the purview of his licensure as a registered premises. But the facts available also suggests that he operated a veterinary clinic. Oh yes, because there was an in-house veterinary surgeon. In fact, the Oyo State government, in its rejoinder to many publications from pharmacists, put it on record. They mentioned the name of that vet doctor. In fact, another account said there were 4 in-house veterinarians. So, the fact that you have a licensure to stock vet drugs does not give you an approbation to operate a clinic in a pharmacy. In fact, for those who are familiar with pharmacy ethics, prescribers are not allowed to practice within the 4 walls of pharmacies. That is why a medical practitioner cannot come into a pharmacy and begin to practice, write prescriptions there for prescription. No, you can't do that. It's the same thing with a dentist, and it's certainly the same for a vet surgeon, because those are the only 3 recognized categories of prescribers within the purview of the Poison and Pharmacy Act 535 LFN 1990. So we need to be very careful. I dealt with this section 5 earlier on when I talked about the fact that the registrar is now a member of council, that is now a CEO. But you need to see this. The only thing you need to note is that we used to have a section 8 in the old Pharmacists Council Act. Section 8 in that law, if you remember, the conditions precedent to appoint a registrar in that dispensation was that you appoint a person that the council deems fit and proper. That was the only condition precedent. So it wasn't compulsory, it must be a pharmacist. Now this new law has addressed this by insisting that it must be a pharmacist who has a minimum of 20 years post-qualification experience. So let's go on to section 7 quickly. Section 7. Section 7 gives legitimacy. It gives legitimacy to our zonal and state offices in PCN. You know, if Dr. Filusi leads a team of inspectors from the Lagos office, and they go and seal a premises. Some 10 years ago, probably because people did not know all their rights, they could challenge you that they are not aware of any zonal office or PCN office in Lagos. And that's why it's important to document that we have created within the purview of law state and zonal offices of the PCN. Section 9. Okay, this Section 9. I don't know how many of you are aware that in recent times, that the office of the Director General of the Budget Office has sent a letter to major professional regulatory councils that it will no longer fund them from January 2023. Now, we've made a case to government. I think in the days ahead we will see the coordinating Minister of Finance of the Economy to tell them that even if you do it with other people, you can't do it with PCN. Because Section 9 of the law expressly provides that there shall be for this council a fund. And the essence of it is that government is statutorily bound by the provisions of Section 9.1 to provide budgetary and extra-budgetary allocations to Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. So you cannot, through an administrative fiat, rule that you will no longer provide budgets for Pharmacy Council, even if you do it for other people. I'm aware that the council has drawn the attention of the DG budget to this, and we would escalate it to some other levels, hopefully when we see the Minister of Finance for some other business in the days ahead. Section 16, and this has to do with a register for pharmacists, technicians, satellite pharmacies, patent medicine shops, and all that. Let me seize the opportunity of Section 16 to tell you some of the PSN inputs that we talked about. For those of you who are more experienced, who are older in the profession, you know that the old Poison and Pharmacy Act 535 actually gave the Honorable Minister of Health powers to issue patent medicine licenses. You remember. And that was why the Minister of Health in those dispensations will delegate the power. They were delegated to state governments. Usually they will delegate to state governments. And then we will complain that how can you have 37 different licensing authorities for one single endeavor? And then later, Olikoye Ransom Kuti, when he was Minister for Health, took it to the climax of absurdity by delegating that power to local governments. At that time, we had about 300 and something local governments. So that compelled the PSN Lagos State. Mr. Jimmy Agbaje, pharmacist Jimmy Agbaje was chairman, I was secretary. And I remember we took that matter to the Federal High Court Lagos to challenge the powers of the minister to indiscriminately delegate those powers. Because we made a case that if drug matters are on the exclusive list, even if the minister needs to delegate powers, the delegation must be in accordance to the spirit of the Constitution, which provides that it is a federal endeavor. And of course, when the Federal Minister of Health knew we were going to win, in 1997, I think Dr. Echukwu Madubuike was Minister of Health, a graduate of history. They invited us to a meeting. I'm sure Mr. Fakulujo will remember, and that was how we settled that matter out of court on the condition that the appropriate agency of government to handle patent medicine vending remains the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria. And so, because of that particular judgment, it was very easy when the members of the Nigerian Law Reform Commission who worked with us on this project came around to say, look, put it in the law that it is a responsibility of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. Section 727. I'm sure this will be very interesting to community pharmacists. Now, when you look at this section 27, there are many things you need to look at here. Check it very well. 27.1 says, only pharmacists shall own retail or community pharmacies. Section 27.2 provides, for the first time, after many years of agitation, those of you who attend to it, and that's why I said these are products of PSN, AGMs, and all that. For many years, hospital pharmacists and hospital and admin pharmacists, industrial pharmacists, academic pharmacists kept piling pressure that they wanted to own their own pharmacy facilities. That rather than have patent medicine dealers, why not allow us? And so, the PSN, when I was president, statutorily, the PSN president is the chairman of the Law and Ethics Committee of Council. So we sponsored this bill to come up with this concept of a satellite facility to pave way for colleagues in hospitals and all that to own their own pharmacies while they still held on to their primary job responsibilities. And I'm sure you can see the condition precedents. 10 years. Council, unfortunately, there's no council in place, but I'm sure as soon as we have a council, the guidelines to run this will be released. You can see 3. A lot of people have challenges with this. I want to link 27.3 with 27.6. Now, 27.3 says you can have chain retail pharmacies. But look at the condition precedent attached to it, that pharmacists must own 40% of the equity if you will run those chain pharmacies. Now, for those of you who understand business, you know this is a very Herculean condition precedent to meet. Because there is no serious business person or investor who will give people who are not part of that business 40% of equity. I don't know whether I'm making any sense. That's why I'm linking it to Section 27.6. Many years ago, when we started with the idea of allowing pharmacists to own retail pharmacies, the experience was many young pharmacists, especially even old geriatric pharmacists, were doing it. They became fronts for businessmen. They will come to, we used to use the PSN Lagos Secretariat, Olatunji House, at that time. Is now a veteran. Mr. Familusi, at that time, was secretary of the PIC, Lagos PIC. And I was secretary of the PSN. We used to have these Wednesday inquiries. And I remember vividly, a young graduate came at that time. One young man showed up and he said he had just bought a pharmacy from some traders. This guy just qualified about 1995 at that time. And that premises in question had existed since 1972. It was one of the thriving retail premises somewhere in Ikeja. So we said, okay, produce evidence that you bought it. You would normally expect it will not show up again. The next inquiry showed up with documents, and he came up with a bond that he took a loan of 2 million naira from those traders to buy their business. It might sound very absurd, but these are realities. So we had to sit this guy down that, do you know the implication of what you have done to yourself? That all that these people need to destroy you someday is to say you should come and pay the 2 million you have signed, you are owing them. 2 million at that time was good money. I mean, 2 million at that time must be something in the neighborhood of 85, 80 million now. Oh, yes. That's if it is not even over 100 million. Because I'm talking of 1995. So, what council, the pharmacy council, the registry of council knows that many pharmacies can be very unscrupulous. When we get to section 47, in this review, you see what I'm talking about. That's why they have craftily entrenched this 27.6, which says a pharmacist who makes a false statement under subsection 3 carries criminal liability and on conviction shall pay a fine or be imprisoned. The express implication of that is that if you go and give the impression that you own 40% in Section 27.3 that you do not own, you can end up in prison. You'll be prosecuted within the realm of law, and you will end up in prison because you want a job of 200,000. So pharmacists need to think very well before they launch into the deep with regards to this. And then I want all our public sector. Section 27.5 says nobody shall operate a private pharmacy in a public health facility. In other words, you cannot bring community pharmacies. You cannot, all the models that were run in Lagos at some point, or they attempted to run, and many of the FHIs still want to do it, you cannot do those things. You cannot bring XYZ community pharmacy into a public hospital to come and take over the responsibility of hospital pharmacists. And I expect, because many times we wait for PCN. We wait for PCN to do everything for us. Chairman Lagos State, I want to say with a sense of responsibility, there is nothing that stops us in Lagos State from drawing the attention of the governor of Lagos State and the commissioner of health Lagos State to the express provisions of Section 27.5, so that before they even start contemplating these things, you would have shown them what the law says. It's very important. We have advised that the council should also write the 36 state governors and the FCT minister, send letters to all the 58 federal health institutions, drawing their attention to all of this. Sorry, before I got to that 27, I missed one very important area. Perhaps the most pungent section in this entire law, and that's Section 22. Please project Section 22 very well. Section 22 says, any place, please listen to this, any place, and I'm quoting directly from the law, any place listed for the purpose of dispensing, look at the items, dispensing, selling, compounding, distribution, storage, notes, stocking, retailing, wholesale, manufacture, import, export of drugs, including scientific offices, must be inspected and registered by the PCN. Now, the implication of this is that anywhere you keep 2 tablets of paracetamol in Nigeria must be inspected and registered by PCN. No, listen to this. Oh. That's why I said this is the most pungent. So what council has done, because council also recognizes that sometimes it might be difficult to implement this. So council has also wisely said, except if council gives you an exemption. But what this can do, if we choose to pursue the spirit, and you see that when I begin to talk about access to safe medicines, is that this Section 22 alone actually is what can boost all the tenets of clinical pharmacy, therapeutic drug monitoring, and all the things we keep talking about in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, Section 22 has a potential to create between 30,000 to 50,000 new jobs in pharmacy. Because what you are saying is that all these mushroom clinics and hospitals where physicians dispense on their tables, or where they bring some professional cadre to come and dish out medicines, you be telling them what they are doing is unlawful, and they can be prosecuted within the realm of law for doing those things. So these responsibilities are enormous. They are Herculean for council, and we need to help council to achieve those goals. If council must win all the wars that he needs to win. Section 29, requirement for superintendent pharmacists. Time is not a friend now. What I want you to note with this is that in Nigeria today, Section 29 says every pharmaceutical premises must be under the direct, that word is not suppression, it's supervision, under the direct supervision of a superintendent pharmacist. 29.3 strengthens it. It says every pharmacy in a public or private hospital shall be under the supervision and control of a superintendent pharmacist. Now, this whole idea of having superintendent pharmacists in hospitals was actually a product of a resolution of a PSN conference. In 1996, yours truly, myself, and Mrs. Bola Adeniro, who is seated in this hall, actually moved that motion at the Ilorin AGM conference in 1996. And it was adopted. And that was how we began to pursue that matter of having superintendent pharmacists. Now, in all our hospitals, the Guild of Medical Practitioners challenged the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria when this was contemplated, even as a regulation, based on Regulation 81 of August, Gazette number 81 of August 2005. They took that matter, the Guild of Medical Directors took that matter to the Federal High Court, Lagos. And in a landmark judgment in October 2007, the Federal High Court in Lagos ruled that indeed the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, as it was called at that time, has a specific approbation in law to regulate and control pharmacy practice in all its aspects and ramifications in both the public and private sector. And that's what gave the audacity to now put in our laws that you must have superintendent pharmacists in both the public and the private sector. Section 31, Section 31 deals with powers of pharmaceutical inspection officers. Pharmaceutical inspection officers used to be called pharmaceutical inspectors. What I want you to see, the reform I want you to see here, is that in Section 31, 31.1, the condition precedent to become a pharmaceutical inspector or pharmaceutical inspection officer has changed. In the old Poison and Pharmacy Act, Sections 5 and 6 of the old Poison and Pharmacy Act 535, people who could be pharmaceutical inspectors were not just pharmacists, licensed medical practitioners, police officers, not below the rank of ASP, had powers to walk into pharmacies. But in this new law, it is clear from 31.1 that the only people who can be pharmaceutical inspectors now are registered pharmacists. It's only pharmacists now who can be inspectors. 31.2 says they can enter any premises anytime as long as it is reasonable. Powers of these pharmaceutical inspector officers. So it's also the first time these powers are documented in law. But look at some of those powers. In Section 32B, they can inspect, pharmaceutical inspectors can inspect and seal premises. So those who rush to court to say PCN does not have powers, it is now in black and white that inspectors of council can actually seal. And I continue to tell, I have told the registrar of council a few times, I appreciate his many challenges. And I can tell you he's working. But by the special grace of God, the day we will make some of the most significant turnarounds in our practice in Nigeria is the day the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria will walk into the premises of a big player, a big manufacturer, importer, or whatever, and seal such a premises. Then everybody will know that there is a Pharmacy Council in Nigeria. We must get to a stage we stop chasing these small players. We need to, for maximal effect, and there are so many ways. I don't want anybody embarrassed. I also do some level of importation. So my outfit could be found guilty. But the day we will make desired impact and fruitfulness is the day we catch and make it public, embarrass a manufacturer on import or an importer by saying, look, you sold to premises that were not registered. And many of them do those things, we know. We were carrying out audit trails in the 90s. I'm not sure those things, we still do them. In fact, we were succeeding because I remember the big tree at that time actually told us, well, once the big tree, Patrick, don't be embarrassed. The big three at that time were May and Baker, Glaxo, and Pfizer. And when we consulted with each of them, because pharmacists were in charge of those companies, they said, once you are sure, M&B will tell you, once you are sure Pfizer and Glaxo will not do it, I won't do it. And that was all everybody was saying. Because we pursued audit trail and everybody was guilty. Everybody in the value chain. So, we must therefore find a way to encourage pharmacy council to do that. The day you seal one of them, I'm telling you, everybody will fall into line. Everybody. And look at all the other powers. Examine any book, computer, document, prescription, register, everything. In section 5 of, in part 5 of section 32, look at that. Owners of premises are bound to render assistance to pharmaceutical inspectors in line of duty. You know, usually once there is an infraction, the culpable people are superintendent pharmacists, director. Now, section 5 also says the owners are liable if the PI, the pharmaceutical inspection officers, wants to make them responsible. So that takes us to 33, section 33. Section 33 says pharmacies in public and private hospitals and clinics to be inspected, registered, and granted annual licensure by PCN. That's why I said, if you implement section 22 and you juxtapose with 33.1, you will create more than 50,000 new jobs. What we must begin to look at is that the ACPN in particular must champion this. You must work with clinics and hospitals in your localities. New levels of collaborations where you are telling them, look, instead of stocking illegally because PCN is coming, whether you like it, it will come someday. Let's get into an agreement whereby I know the drugs you need, send those clients here and stick to your areas of jurisdiction. I will do that. And I think those are the type of things sections 22 and 33 would actually encourage us to do. Section 33.2 says all pharmacies in every public and private hospital, clinic, and healthcare institutions where drugs are dispensed shall have superintendent pharmacists. I think we have emphasized the benefit. Distinguished colleagues, you see that many of the things we have talked about, please let's go to section 47, about other people. Now this section 47 is about ourselves, is regulating ourselves as pharmacists. And there are reforms here that I want to draw your attention to. Section 47.1a. Look at it. 47.1a. Read it. It says, now, under 47, we are dealing with professional misconduct, and for the first time, a new lexicon in pharmacy laws, infamous conduct. And I will tell you how we got to the level of infamous conduct. 47.1 says, lists the publication or circulation of false, misleading, or deceptive statements concerning pharmacy practice. But the one that I dread most is 47.1c, which says you are guilty of professional misconduct if you dispense or sell drugs or poisons to unauthorized persons in Nigeria. How many of you pharmacists, including me in this hall, how many people can say in good conscience they have not violated that section 47.1c? That you have given drugs to people without authorization. Now, council is saying it will begin to prosecute people for doing that. In other words, if a drug is a POM and somebody really wants to mess you up, can pose as an inspector, as a client, and walk into your pharmacy and tells you, I want this particular product. I'm not even talking of narcotics or controlled drugs. Red and yellow. Yes, red and yellow capsule. I mean, tetracycline is still an antibiotic. It's still a POM. And then for drugs that will cost as little as 100, 200 naira, somebody writes a petition and council arraigns you for disciplinary action. So we need to be more careful. That's all I'm trying to say here. Section 47.2 is even more damning. And this is a product of the dictionary exercise we had in 2015. The legal assessors at that time who came, because anytime you have the disciplinary tribunal, you must have people from the Ministry of Justice. And then they looked at all our rules. And they were of the view that these things were not strong enough. And that was why they canvassed very strongly that we must have infamous conduct. Look at what this 47.2 says. It gives powers to PCN. Please listen to this, because I'm going to draw a parallel. It says PCN has powers to make rules prescribing other acts or omissions not listed in 47.1 A to I as professional misconduct or infamous conduct. Do you know the meaning of that? It means that if the tribunal is sitting, you can actually be charged for things that are not listed from 47.1 A to I. Let me give you specific examples. Like it happened in the UK that I have seen. A pharmacist attended a party. He wasn't dispensing, he was in the pharmacy. And he got drunk. And through some video evidence, he was reported to the Royal Pharmaceutical Society of Great Britain. You won't believe that his licensure was withdrawn for 3 years. Oh yes. For acts bordering on infamous conduct. He got drunk. So they are saying there are certain standards, ethical standards expected of you, whether you are on duty or not. I am serious though. Every time, I think I have had this presentation about 10 times. And every time I say this is the reaction I get. But I am telling you a few things that have changed. That's what reforms are all about. In another instance, in the U.S., I've forgotten that state in the U.S., a pharmacist, the driver's license of a pharmacist was withdrawn for certain offenses, and it was reported. And they duly charged him that he could not practice, whether for 6 months or something, because he did not renew his driver's license. And he was caught by law enforcement agents. So, what I am saying is that things that border on infamous conduct in particular are largely discretionary. It is the prerogative of the regulator, and that makes it dangerous. So if I look at faces here, and I don't like the face of Tony Aimen. No, I can simply say, and Mr. Aimen wants to aspire to some position. That's what politicians do at NAS and all those places. I will simply say, Aimen in 1972, when he was in secondary school, he bought drinks for some people and they all got drunk. So he's not a fit and proper person that you should probe him. And I have seen many petitions like that. That's why when they screen people for public offices at federal level, that's why you see so many of those type of petitions, especially in the National Assembly. And that was why government at the level of the executive had to create a Public Appointments Act to deal with spurious petitions. So if I write a petition that Mr. Ime, don't let me use Sir Ime because Mr. Ime is a very righteous man. I will rather look at a man like that man. I did mention your name, Okul. I don't know why they are looking at you. More seriously, and you write a petition, they will tell you the man has never been convicted by a panel of inquiry or a court of competent jurisdiction. And so you cannot come and stop him at this level. But they won't do that in the National Assembly. So, conduct bordering on the famous level is too discretionary, and we have to be really, really careful. Some of our inspectors have a fair idea of what some of us do. And I'm not saying they are not men of honor, but you have to be very careful. It's better to err on the side of caution. So, as we round up this review, we won't take too much time on offenses and penalties. We won't waste too much time. But if you look at sections 52 to 58, what you need to see is that, of course, we have gone through some of the most salient parts of the law. The penalties now are no longer 5 naira and 10 naira. The penalties ranges between, actually, we wrote 250 to 2.5 million. It can actually get to 5 million. So we really need to be careful. You can commit some infractions and the court will ask you to pay 5 million into the purse of government. So we have to be careful. I also like to go straight to sections 59 to 62. These actually deals with, what do you call it now? Dangerous Drug Act. And you see, two things I want you to see here. 59 to 62. It says, for instance, only pharmacists can mix, compound, prepare, or supply restricted drugs. That's DDA or POMs, as the case may be. Note also that pharmacists must dispense dangerous drugs based on the prescription of one licensed medical practitioner, dentist, or veterinary practitioner. And that's because, like I said earlier, those are the only 3 recognized levels of prescribers under the law in Nigeria. Those are the only people recognized under the Poison and Pharmacy Act 535 to write prescriptions in Nigeria. Any other person who does that, at least today, does it, those ones are not prescriptions. Those ones are not prescriptions. So, briefly, if you go to section 63, you remember I said this. This is just an overkill, miscellaneous provision that only Federal High Court has jurisdiction to determine matters under this act. You don't need to write this again. And that's why I say it's an overkill. Once it is under exclusive list, it's only the Federal High Courts that can deal with it. And then you see section 66. Well, council is, the registry of council actually inserted that. It is designed in their wisdom to help pharmacists. A few times pharmacists have taken counsel to court and they are saying, look, if you engage us in a dialogue, which a pre-litigation notice is all about, then we might settle it rather than taking us to court. I'm sure many of you don't observe some of the things they write on forms B and J, that if you take counsel to court and you lose, you will pay counsel all the money that it spends on your matter. Now, these are reasons why you have section 66. But I have been part of many public hearings in this democracy, and the position, the consistent position we have always taken is that pre-litigation notices are inconsistent with any democracy or democratic setting. Why should I tell you that I want to take you to court? If I really want to take you to court, I'll go to court. Why should I prepare you by telling you the areas you have violated my rights so that you can counter it much easily, give you soft landing to escape it? So you must look and strike a balance. Remember, I said there are only 2 pharmacy laws in Nigeria. You see clearly now Section 69, repeal of the PCI Act, Cap P17, Laws of the Federation 2004. So once they repeal a law, it is no longer in existence. So that law has been repealed, as you can see in Section 69. Then you see that Section 70 says Cap 535, Laws of the Federation, is still in existence. The only condition precedent, like I said, if there is an if it is in contravention or it's contrary to a proviso of the PCN Act 2022, then the PCN Act takes automatic precedence. That's what that one is saying. The only thing I will show you in Section 71, there are a lot of the terms we have used there are in Section 71. Time will not permit us to begin to talk about them. But the only thing I want to show you is, on your own, you go and find out. It defines who a superintendent pharmacist is. The definition of a superintendent pharmacist, according to this law, go and check. There are many other interesting things you need to check. Pharmacy practice. You need to go and check those interpretations because it helps you to advance so many good cases for pharmacy. For a superintendent pharmacist, it says he is one who is in direct and personal control of the pharmacy facility. Now, if you are in direct and personal control, it is a matter of common sense that you can only have one pharmaceutical job. And that's the principle behind the Supreme Court judgment in the Adebasin versus Pharmacy Board. That's prolonged and protracted litigation that terminated in the Supreme Court in 1978. That's why the Supreme Court ruled that it is a pharmacist can only have one full-time pharmaceutical job, because the superintendent pharmacist must be in personal and direct control. You cannot be in personal and direct control in 2-3 places. And that was why that Adebasin, who was flying annual licenses all over, was found guilty as charged by the Erstwhile Pharmacy Board of Nigeria. Now, all the things we have spoken about, and that's why we want to see how they align. Everything about this PCN Act 2022, how does it pave way for access to safe medicines? Remember, all our existing national drug policies talks about in Nigerian having access to safe and efficacious medicines and all of that. So how does it pave way? So the very first thing I want you to see, number one here, we have quoted so many of these sections. They are talking about only one thing. Whether all the sections saying you everywhere where they stock medicines, you must have superintendent pharmacist. It must be registered by PCN. Everything you're trying to do, I'm referring to number one here now. All you're trying to do is to attain the universal and global standards of good pharmacy practice. It's defined under the interpretation clause. In Nigeria today, and I think that was why you saw that righteous anger, from the chairman of ACPN. He appeared very vexed. Everybody sells medicines. We still have open drug markets. We want to say that there is a need for Pharmacy Council, to begin to enact all of these provisions we have listed. And so that it will pave the way for us to implement the National Drug Distribution Guidelines approved in 2015. The National Drug Distribution Guidelines was actually structured. We structured it in PSN. Again, it was one of the things we did in 2015 because we looked at the menace of the open drug markets. For many years, we kept saying dislodge open drug markets. It wasn't working. And so we came up with this shortcut that why not relocate those who want to do business? to a center or facility where they can be better regulated. I can confirm to you that Nigeria's first coordinated wholesale center is ready, it's been dedicated, it's been launched this year in Kano. Beautiful edifice. I visited it last year. Beautiful edifice, and today the remnants of Sabo Geri Market is being dealt with by a combined team of Pharmacy Council of Nigeria and NAFDAC. It's one of the few times they have ever worked together. And they have said, they have vowed that there will be no turning back until they destroy that market. So, moving forward, we must encourage that collaboration. It's the only way that we can actually sanitize the value chain, the anarchy in our value chain. I always tell people, it is that unwieldy nature of the drug distribution channels that paves way for the popular fake drug syndrome. Unfortunately for us in Nigeria, in other places, when there is a problem in the drug distribution chain, you can facilitate easy recall mechanisms. For older colleagues, you remember the Tylenol episode in the US. Some aggrieved staffers were sacked, and they got their colleagues who were still working in that factory that produced Tylenol, by the way, is paracetamol. So they laced paracetamol with cyanide. Oh yes, in the 40s in the US, these things happen. Immediately, morbidities began to arise. The health authorities, way back in the 40s, were able to achieve a recall. They recalled all the fatal batches. But all of us in this hall, as experienced practitioners, know that it is impossible in Nigeria. That's why you remember in Onitsha, when Oliko Ekuti, in the 90s, I think 96, when ethylene glycol was used to substitute polyethylene glycol for paracetamol granules. You remember, we had recorded 196 deaths of children, leading to a nationwide ban on paracetamol syrup. And there are so many examples. A recall is certainly impossible. That's why we have to embrace these drug distribution guidelines, which is in conformity with all the sections we have listed in 1. Please project, let's go to 2 because of time. Now, this is one area, this is number 2. Is one area I have, it's the second time I was speaking about this. When the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, as it was then, created these new levels, we're talking about mega wholesaling, all fallouts of the National Drug Distribution Guidelines. You know, new levels of wholesalers evolved, mega wholesalers. We don't have too many of them. Now, the abuse potential has become very significant, and we have to be very careful in national interest. There are 2 of those people, and the first time I talked about it was in Abeokuta, Ogun State, when I delivered a paper on medicine security. There are 2 of those wholesalers. A lot of our manufacturers and importers make use of those people. They have become very big. They have more money than common sense now. Unfortunately, and you know, Nigeria is a very foreign country. One of the leading, in fact, the leading player in our oil, gas, and energy sector at public sector level. You know the company I'm talking about. Anybody who is experienced, who designs wisely, knows the company I'm talking about. That company in Nigeria today engages only 2 of such mega wholesalers to supply all the medicines for that company in Nigeria. Now, what that has done is that those 2 companies that are foreigners, like I said, they are foreign companies. They are not if they were Nigerian-based companies, I don't have a problem. We talk about capital flights and things like that. These are the things that promote it. Now, that process shortchanges more than 150. In that presentation, they said 115. It shortchanges about 150 registered manufacturers, over 250 importers, more than 500 retail companies that are Nigerian-based can no longer do business because only those two big mega wholesalers have taken over all the business. They have taken over, and I'm talking of business running into substantial hundreds of billions. If it had ended at that level, I won't have a problem. But because we have empowered these people so much, what one of them has been doing in recent months is to try to patronize some of the remnants of our foreign multinationals. And they have gone into negotiations with them to say, look, I have existing huge distributive network in Nigeria. Even when they say they don't have Forex, we have easy access to Forex. So give us your business in Nigeria. Do away with your local subsidiary in Nigeria. It is that particular act is what encouraged GSK to say it is no longer going to do business in Nigeria. Now, that is a big threat to our country, whether people appreciate it or not. If you have never looked at it that way, you should begin to look at it. Our workforce, made up of Nigerians in that place, they lose their job. All the investments that should come to us are gone. In the situation, in the particular case of GSK attempted something like this in 1998 when they gave the franchise of their products. They gave the franchise of their products to one local company here. And that was the beginning of fake Alphan in Nigeria. I was at the public hearing on NAFDAC and the incidence of fake drugs in Nigeria in 2001. I was consultant to the House of Reps on that project. And they gave graphic description of that cabal. I'm sure, at least I see one whole GSK big fish in the house. How they intercepted a fake batch of Alphan in Belgium, Customs Watch. Now, vigilant customs men discovered that a batch of drugs was coming from China and it was labeled made in Nigeria. Because at that time, May and Baker was actually producing Alphan for GSK, if you remember. So it was Customs Watch that discovered, and they went all the way to discover where that factory was in China. Now, flowing from this, you might want to read this later, but because of our time, we want to say that Nigeria, the government, I will finish. We want to say that NAFDAC must not give the marketing authorization of GSK to any company. And the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria likewise should not register any country. Anybody who decides to go away should go. We should use generic products instead. It's a risky position to take, but I will take it, and I will prosecute this position solely. Fortunately, I can tell you that the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria is well briefed on this, and it is also doing something about it. Let me leave that matter like that. Number 3. Now, I was saying you need to go and check out what the definitions are. I will give you a copy of this presentation, sir. The PCN Act, I have some good news for hospital pharmacists, and I will tie it to this. The PCN Act 2022 defines pharmacy practice, please listen, to include giving patient-centered care, provision of drug information, blah, blah, blah. Pharmaceutical care is also defined within the ambit of law as the responsible provision of drug therapy for the purpose of achieving definite outcomes. I can go on and on. My director, sir, I want to plead with you by the mercies of the living God. Many people in this hall have a fair idea of what my propensities and antecedents are. I'm not, in fact, I am also very closely related to labor movements and struggles. So I have an activist bent. I am not used to begging people because I'm always an advocate, but probably Saime and his likes are infecting me. And so perhaps I am calmer, I am a little more sane when I make demands. I'd put on record, sir, that His Excellency the Governor actually was one of the people who helped us to draw the attention of the Executive Council in the days of Fashola to consultant pharmacy when he was Commissioner of Establishment and Training. I forgot the name of PSN staff who made a very strong case for consultant pharmacy at the 41st National Council on Establishment meeting. The Lagos State government has always been very, very, very strong on that NC. And that's why I labeled it the golden voice on the NC. You see, you saw the attitude of KBAC by God's grace, that even Lagos that we think is big, and it embarrasses me, sir. Apart from being one of the first set of fellows by examination, way back 1997, many people in my generation did not have an opportunity to enjoy the privilege of passing that exam, which is very painful. In Nigeria, they give money. It's only in Nigeria that model exists. So you give money to a cadre of workers. You give Nigerian money to them, and they become consultants. And then all of them will travel out. They begin to make younger. Other places, they give student loans, which you pay for, because you sign a bond with the person who gives you that loan. Most of the people you see here who have passed their fellowship exams use their money. Between 3 and 5 million. I'm sure it will be worse now because they pay in dollars. So you can understand the passion of that chairman. He's seated. People who know this chairman know that he's a gentleman. He doesn't make too much trouble. He's not fiery. In fact, I once listened to a past president who says he does not understand how he identifies with very fiery people in the hierarchy of the leadership of PSN Lagos. Hope does not disappoint, sir. It is very embarrassing that people talk about consultant kidder everywhere, and then you want to reduce it to specialists here. Let me tell you one of the things these consultants do. The simplest one that you can understand, sir. These days, the realities of clinical disease states has changed. They have changed. A man comes down with ulcer, hypertension, diabetes, cancer. Now, if you're not very careful, you will kill that patient when you administer all the drugs you are supposed to give because of the side effects and all that. Let me give you a practical example. I had a client. He had very high level of triglyceride. And so, of course, for a person who has high level of triglyceride, cholesterol was also heavy. Diabetic, everything. And then the guy was also a sports lover because we say do sports. So he would go and do sports. And then every time he attempted to do sports, he would come back, he would end up with injuries. In fact, in one instance, he had a very serious injuries on the Achilles. He couldn't walk for almost 1 year. So it set me thinking, what exactly is the problem? So I did some literature review myself. And then I discovered that co-administration of fenofibrates and the vastins can be very disastrous. That was what was responsible for the sports injury. That's not the job of a physician, sir. They will tell you, in the places like US, where you think the healthcare system is developed, every year, because of medication errors, the mortality and morbidity is still very substantial. So you need these interventions, and it will only come from these consultants. In some of the consultations, sir, I discovered that Lagos State did say, representative of Lagos State government did say, that even at federal level, this thing has not happened. Let me therefore announce publicly. This is the first Guardian I'm announcing this development to. Just yesterday, we were with the Minister of Health. For some months now, we've been negotiating about a few things, including consultant cadre for pharmacists. And I can confirm that at a meeting yesterday, the permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Health, well, the complication was that for so long, because of politics we play in healthcare, physicians just decided in the hospital services department. I'm sure you would have seen the enabling circular from the office of the #1 civil servant in Nigeria, who incidentally is also a clinician. She's a dentist, so it's one of them. The circular says, implement it for these pharmacists. They said, you have not given enough guidelines and all that. They wrote her 3 times, she did not reply because she was annoyed that all the things you need are already on paper. So because of our current negotiation and because of the development in Lagos, we put pressure and begged. That letter finally came yesterday from the office of the head of service. And based on that letter, I can confirm to you now that about now, all things being equal, a letter will be sent to all the federal health institutions in Nigeria to commence the implementation of the consultant pharmacist cadre in Nigeria. I am saying this to you. This was a development when we met the minister. That letter arrived while we were at the meeting with the minister. So we said, look, since the ministers, the 2 of them were seated, immediately brought the letter to the PAMSEC. We said, the best thing is to read it now, so that we have a commitment of the minister. Because it was the minister in the old order who did not allow the implementation. I am pleading with you, sir. You need to bring this to the attention of the PSN staff. I recognize delay is no denial. But sometimes the Yorubas will say, if in the global arena, and that's why the chairman was saying in Gambia, Sierra Leone, they call them consultants. How can they be specialists in Lagos, Center of Excellence? At federal level, by the special grace of God, before this time next week, we will send you a copy of that new circular from the office of the head of service. Okay. 4. I won't waste too much time on this, but you can read it. But what this is just saying is that, look, one of the things, I am sure all of you, anybody who passed through the School of Pharmacy, I read a recent communique of the ACPN, and it was such a beautiful piece with regards to labeling and things like that. One of the reasons most of us failed, I didn't fail it all. But one of the reasons people used to fail those days, if you remember, in dispensing classes, was because of labeling. And that was how important it is. You know, when they give you impression, sir, that some courses are superior or tougher than pharmacy, please find out from the schools of pharmacy. In our days, pass mark for things like dispensing I talk about was 60%. It was like mathematics. It's either you score very high or you fail. I remember the particular case of a close friend of mine. He failed twice because of the pressure. The first time, he put a red label on an oral preparation. And then he went for the receipt. Immediately he got out. He screamed and shouted again that I have put that red label again. And he repeated. Oh, yes. He repeated. So, we need to do a lot with labeling, the labeling initiative. And I think the ACPN is doing very well with that. So, hospital, everywhere, we must collaborate with ACPN. 5, and lastly, you remember I said this section 22.1. When you do suppose with section 29.1 and 3, that says everybody must have superintendent pharmacists. 22 says everywhere that you have medicine stocked, dispensed, and all of that must be registered. Now, the express implication of these provisions are that in the entire value chain of pharmaceutical services in Nigeria, they must be registered and they must be under the jurisdiction of superintendent pharmacists. I did say earlier on that it has a tendency to create between 30,000 and 50,000 additional jobs. Do you, by chance, imagine the change we can bring to bear in the health system if we have over 50,000 or more community pharmacists registered, satellite pharmacies by our colleagues, manned by superintendent pharmacists, or manned by pharmacists, let me say manned by pharmacists? Do you imagine the impact it will make? And that is why Pharmacy Council must do everything possible to implement this. We will continue to partner with you. We will continue to collaborate with you. So in conclusion, access to safe drugs remains a major public health challenge in Nigeria. The PCN Act 2022, with deep introspection, suggests we can surmount the insurmountable if government chooses to be government. We propose productive dialogue and rules of engagement in the quest to achieve the targets, goals, and objectives of access of safe drugs. How do we do these things? We must uphold normative civility. We must methodologize, we must systematically systemize pharmacy practice in Nigeria. We must reduce the tendency to destroy ourselves. They say professions are conspiracies against the deity. I don't see it in pharmacy. Oh yes, I don't see it. People complain. I agree that our colleagues can hear. If they hear, please, let's cover up the mess outside, come and deal with ourselves in the house, in the family. We can't, in the guise of regulation, continue to portray our people as criminals. We carry gun-toting policemen to register premises, and traders are all over the place. Every time I say this to our regulators, especially the people at NAFDAC, I say every time you come and serve stupid notices here. Meanwhile, the man who operates a hospital, he stocks every drug under the hat. He stocks every drug, makes money. That's why private hospitals cannot stop stocking drugs, because they make more money from those drugs than their practice. And somehow we turn and look the other way. We need to go back in-house to do a lot of things that will reinforce access to safe medicines in Nigeria. Finally, let me thank the chairman of the PSN Lagos and members of the EXCO in Lagos for your invitation extended to me. The PSN Lagos remains a huge, huge blessing to me personally. I should be at an appointment with the Labour Minister about now. But I think this is more important because this is my home base. And I really thank you. I just hope the lecture was impactful enough. And I thank you. Thank you very much.
What do I say? What should I say? All right. I think it deserves more for that applause. Yes. Cicero of Pharmacy. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. That was very deep, incisive, and insightful. Some people were asking me if lunch will be served. And I said, lunch will be served. So, just calm down. You know, you remember that video? Mommy be coming down. So daddies and mommies be coming down. We quickly go straight to the award presentation of awards, and we have some members of the Lagos State PSN who are deserving of receiving some awards. And for the sake of time, we'll just call them out. Please, want to believe they are here, you come out and face the audience. The chairman will do the needful. And I have the singular honor of inviting not in any particular order, but Practice Excellence Award for Community Pharmacy, the following: Pharmacist Dr. Jerome Nwokoro, PharmD, FPC Farm. Please, let's clap for him. It's not easy to be recognized by your society. Come this way. Followed by Pharmacist Gafar Olarewaju Madei, FPSN, FICP. Those are the two for community. And we have for hospital and administrative pharmacy, Pharmacist Ugu Christopher Tagbo, MAWDSA, FPC Farm. Okay. And when I saw this, I was so excited. My friend and classmate, Pharmacist Mrs. Anigioro Afolake Abiodun, MAW. There is she. Congratulations. And for industrial pharmacy, please put the lady in your middle so that she can be safe. Put her in the middle. Protect her. Don't be afraid, nothing will happen. Industrial pharmacy. My colleague and friend, Pharmacist Derek Osondu, MAW. We work together and we call her DNO. Where is DNO? Okay, representing him. Okay, great. And we also have Pharmacist Friday Enaholo. Friday? Where is he? Okay. Yeah, yes. You're welcome. And for the academia, let me allow apps to apps the apps.
For the academia, I have the honor to invite Dr. Olubusola Olugbake. A round of applause for her as she comes forward. Thank you.
So permit me to hand over the microphone to the chairman. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm actually very sorry that we have to do it this way. We would have wanted all of them, each one of them, to come out just, separately so that we can give them the award. But I'm trying to save time. Also, in order to save time, let me call a past chairman of PSN Lagos, Pharmacist Funsho Fakulujo, and Pharmacist Bolanle Adeniran, to come out and give the award of excellence even to this deserving pharmacist. I hope all of us recognize them. The ones in community are Jerome and Gafar. In hospital is Anigioro and Chris. In academics is Dr. Busola Olugbake. In industry is Derek and Friday Enaolo. So please, let's do it this way, please. I'm just trying to save time. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's come and for hospital, let's okay.
Can you see what I'm seeing? It's like they've called colors, except pharmacist Jerome. That has, okay, maybe the white in a Friday's shirt is also matching. And then see them from the industry. They are with their red ties. And Dr. Olubake, okay. Very elegantly dressed. God bless you. Well, I'm doing the one for the hospital because that is my constituency. Even though I am retired, I'm not tired. I'm now in the community, but very much relevant in the hospital because I have my people there. They are my people. So, pharmacist Annie Gioro, this award is being given to you by Lagos State PSN to appreciate your dedication to work, your mentorship to the junior ones, and for flying the flag of PSN. And this calls for more work. And I hope we will continue to depend on you to carry the flag and fly it even higher. So this award is presented to you at the 2023 Scientific Week, held here in Lagos Sheraton Hotel and Towers, this day, Thursday, 7th of September 2023. March forward. Congratulations. Like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you. Stay there, stay back there. Because you are going to have it.
Praise the Lord. To the glory of God, the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria has duly recognized all the wonderful works that you have put in for pharmacy and especially in hospital pharmacy. And so this award is given to you today, pharmacist Christopher Ugu, Merit Award winner at the 2023 Scientific Week held at Lagos Sheraton Hotel and Towers, Ikeja, Lagos, on this day, Thursday, 7th September 2023. Congratulations. It is well with you. Jesus, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Fortunately for us, the national chairman of ACPN is around, so we'll give out the award for community practice excellence. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm so proud to present this award to Pharmacist Gafar Madein, one of our very veritable tool for use in community pharmacy service, and the president of our community pharmacy cooperative. Pharmacist Gafar Madein has excellence in community pharmacy practice and is being presented this award by the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacy Practice Excellence Award for Community Sector, presented to Pharmacist Gafar Madein at the 2023 Scientific Week of the PSN Lagos State. Congratulations. And this second one is touching me so much. I'm happy to present this award to Pharmacist Jerome Nwokoro. Pharmacist Jerome is one of our forebearers when it comes to HIV testing services in community pharmacy. He was also one of those who pioneered ARV refill in community pharmacy. He was one-time National Executive Officer of ACPA, and I can confirm to you he served diligently. So there's no wonder that Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria find it worthy to present you this Pharmacy Practice Excellence Award for community sector. Pharmacist Jerome Wokolo, congratulations.
So thank you very much. The industry award will be presented by the PAMSEC, Ministry of Staff and Training, Lagos State, ably represented by the Director, Admin and HR.
I have the singular pleasure and honor to present you this award on behalf of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Lagos State Branch, Pharmacy Practice Excellence Award, Industrial Sector, presented to Pharmacy Friday and Naholo at this Scientific 2023 Scientific Week. Congratulations. This second award goes to Pharmacy Derek Osondu, MAW. Congratulations, sir.
So the last but not the least award is presented to Dr. Busola Olugbake in the area of academia. So let me use this opportunity to call on our Air Commander to present this award. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. This, on behalf of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, this award of Pharmacy Practice Excellence Award is presented to pharmacist Dr. Busola Olubake at this 2023 Scientific Week. Congratulations.
Oh yeah, okay, for everybody, okay. The next set of award is to our dignitaries. So let's start with our guest of honors. So we want to present and to do that, I want to respectfully call our daddy to come and give this award to.
Please, can we allow
let's finish this before we.
Honestly, pharmacist Babashew really wanted to be here. So, and he has also promised me, my people in Lagos State, that he will definitely come. Because I said he has to come and meet with us. And he has even made a commitment. So the next award is to the Registrar of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashew Ahmed, represented by Dr. Felici, one of the directors in the Lagos Zonal Office. So our daddy, the father of the day, will present this award.
On behalf of Pharmacists, on behalf of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, I present to you, in appreciation of your good work, Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashew Ahmed, the Registrar, Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, ably represented by Dr. Felici, as guest of honor of our scientific session in Lagos State at Sheraton Hotel.
Thank you very much, sir. The next award is to be presented to Mr. Olawale Musa, the PAMSEC, Ministry of Staff and Training, Lagos State, being represented by the Director of Admin and HR. For some reasons, I will want the keynote address speaker to actually present this award. Thank you, sir. Please permit us. Please, I will want us to recognize the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. I just looked at my back and I saw that he's coming in. Please, let's appreciate our president. Please, let's appreciate him. Thank you.
The chairman of the occasion, Mr. President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, all protocols observed. Please, can we have one hall, one audience? On behalf of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Lagos State, like I did say, the office of the PSN Staff and Training is one that we hold in very high esteem in our branch. We are not sycophants here, we say it the way it is. That is because of the impressive track record in our relationship, how you helped to fast track the consultant cadre and as well as other benefit packages. So please let the PS know that we truly, truly appreciate him. The chairman has made some submissions. Sometimes those things come. It's not because we despise him definitely. We still hold him in very high esteem. And that's why he probably put those things on paper. If necessary, if you give us an opportunity, some of us, we will mobilize some of our elders in the branch, will come over and sing. And we'll continue to respect you and give you all honor because we extend courtesies and to all people. So we'll continue to do that with you. So please accept this, our token, on behalf of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Lagos State Branch.
Where is Chairman?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Yeah, the next award is to presented to the first Air Commodore, pharmacist Air Commodore in Nigeria. So, and fortunately for us, the president is now around. So, the first task for our president is to come and present this award. Thank you very much, sir.
Coming late is not intentional. There's also another program going on. We're expecting our living ancestor Olumide and even Akime to be around. And we're actually calling the chairman of ACPN as well. But be that notwithstanding, I'm happy that I'm here physically. And you can see that I have the military might behind me. Is it not so? So tell those who want to joke with us in Gombe that there's no shaking. On behalf of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Lagos State, this is an appreciation award presented to you, sir, Air Commodore. How many people know the rank? Is an Air Commodore a general? You pharmacists are sharp. Air Commodore Farm David Babalola, for doing us proud, is the Deputy Director of Doctoral Development, Air Warfare, Nigeria Air Force, Abuja. As a guest of honor on this occasion, congratulations, sir.
Very much, sir.
And it might interest you to know that he's going to be one of our speakers at the plenary session in Gombe.
Thank you very, very much, sir. The keynote address speaker has actually, we don't actually expect anything less from the jurisprudence himself. So the award to the keynote address speaker will be handled by Baba Ebenezer Adeleke. He will present the award to our keynote address speaker.
Well, Olumide Akintayo has been known for a very, very long time. I remember long time in 1991 when I was trying to contest for the presidency of this association. I wrote a script and the people around said the only one who can assist me at that time was Olumide Akintayo. He came to me and we were going through. What he said gave me an inclination that this young boy will one day become president. And he has become. Olumide Akintayo has paid his dues at various times, various strata, various experiences. He's a fighter, dogged fighter. He's intelligent. You have done well. This branch is very proud of you. On behalf of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Lagos State branch, we feel very delighted to present you this award of honor for being the keynote speaker. You have presented so many keynote speeches, too many to be mentioned. You will continue to do so. Thank you very much.
So the chairman of the opening ceremony, where is our chairman? So we present also award to the chairman of the opening ceremony. And to present that, I will want to call on a past chairman of PSN Lagos, the secretary of the board of fellow, pharmacist Lanre Familisi FPSN, the Baba Awon boys.
Well, when the chairman of the occasion was speaking at the beginning, he was referring to 1991, and he did not refer to when he was the Assistant Secretary of National PSN. That's when we met. And when he came back from Kaduna, Astra Arewa, we met as reps on the field. And since then, we have been meeting. Well, on behalf of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria Lagos State Branch, this appreciation award is presented to Pharmacist Sir Anthony Ahime on this occasion of the 2023 Scientific Week, holding today at Lagos Sheraton Hotel, Ikeja, 23rd of, today being 7th of September 2023. Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The Yoruba will say, Egun ńlá ní kẹ́yìn ìgbàlẹ̀. So, and who other person that is even much more qualified to present this award to Baba, if not Mama? So Mama will present these awards to Baba. So Baba, please come out. So please, people can support her, please. Just let Mama, Olúwa jẹ́ màmá sí fún wa. Mama, Olúwa dá màmá sí fún wa. Thank you very much, ma.
Good. Okay. We thank God for this afternoon. Who has the final say? Jehovah has the final. I say, who has the final say? Jehovah has the final. Jehovah turns our lives around. Jehovah turns our life around. He makes our way where there is no way. Jehovah, the final say. On behalf of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Lagos State Branch, I present to you yes, I present to you in appreciation an appreciation award to pharmacist Sir Deji Oshinoiki, FPSN, as Father of the Day on the occasion of 2023 Scientific Week. God bless you. Congratulations.
So that's the end of the award. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, Chief. Sorry. Sorry. The chief host, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, we were still talking till about 9 p.m. yesterday. Because he had to decide, 2 programs, but we thank God that he's here. So I will want one of the living ancestor, pharmacist, sir, the chairman of this occasion, to come and present to the person who is also going to become a living ancestor by next year. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very, very much, sir, for coming, sir. Thank you, sir.
Our very distinguished audience, as a past president of PSN, it's not in our character that our number one citizen will come into this hall without saying a word to us. And I would like him to just say a few words to us, then I'll be delighted and privileged to make his presentation. He speaks for us. He radiates our image. He does everything for us. And before he came, I did say that this is the powerhouse of what he does. And in the past 48 hours, I made about 3 trips, all on our behalf. So I would like to hear a few words from you, and then I can gladly make the presentation.
Yeah, sorry, sir. Sorry, before the president makes his presentation, it's customary in PSN. Our apps must sing the pharmacy anthem. So please, apps, come out to be led by pharmacist Bolanle Adeniran. Come and sing the pharmacy anthem for our president. And all pharmacists must stand up. It's only non-pharmacists that should sit down.
Up, ups. Excellence and service. Up, ups.
Excellence and service.
Up, ups. All right, all right. Are we ready? Yes. Next time we are not going to be carrying our books. So we have told all of us to put it off head, to learn it off head. One stanza.
Yeah.
Okay, we are hungry, Abby. Stanza 1.
Oh yeah, 4 standards only, Abby.
All right. Are we ready?
Yes.
Now 1, 2, go. The pharmacists, we're proud of pharmacy. We members of the glorious PSN, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As men of honor, we join hands for pharmacy. Pharmacy. We are them. Health sector. We are them. Education. We are them. Drug advice. Industry. We are them. Formulation. We are them. Politics. We are them. Governance. We are them. Just name it. We are Nigerians. We are there.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for our apps.
the chairman, our elders here present, my distinguished colleagues, I must say that the APS Lagos deserve another round of applause. I'm particularly happy that fellow Bolanle Adeniran did one thing. He said, politics, we are there. That's one thing I will hammer on. If we are not where decisions are made, we will only be eating from the crumbs that fall from the table. I was in a Dove Pharmacy Week preparation 2 Sundays ago, just before the election. And I made one thing clear, that since our own was running for the chairmanship of Oredo local government, in fact, I decreed that by the powers conferred on me as president, every pharmacist in Oredo is now in PDP since he was contesting under PDP. And if you vote for any other party, then you are not my friend. And I'm happy that he won overwhelmingly. We must be intentional in what we do. The reason is that now that he's chairman of local government, if your president goes there, he's not going to go there like a stranger. What will happen if we have a governor or 2 governors? What will happen if we have a vice president or president as pharmacists? But you must sow. I will leave you with this. I won't mention the state. A physician sold 5 million towards the coffers of somebody contested for the governorship election. It was a risk. Without risk, you can't live life very well. The man won. I made him his personal physician. He's part of what goes on in that state. He's part of the decision making. If you can't talk, if you see a pharmacist contesting, put your money. Now where your money, deny your mouth today. Thank you very much. I want us to keep on praying for PSN because PSN will know greater heights. I am convinced that those who want to serve PSN, not for themselves, but to serve PSN. God will bring them up and elect them for us. I'm also convinced that when you participate in whatever PSN has to do, particularly as Lagos, things will be better. I was told to be mindful of Lagos, that Lagos can cause trouble. I was told that Lagos have mafias. And I told them in Kaduna, I'm a mafia. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for our president. So now, we will now present the awards to the president.
Our very distinguished guests, my very dear colleagues, it's a privilege to be asked to make presentation to our #1 citizen in pharmacy family. He happens to be my brother. And when I was president, he was in charge of the editor-in-chief. So somebody I've worked very closely with. And he has the capacity to do all we are asking him or Sado to do. And in my own assessment, I think he has lived up to expectation. And if you know, you should give a big clap to God. On this day, Lagos State PSN is giving you this award. It's an appreciation award that they cherish what you do and that they are behind you all the time. And that we recognize this is the engine room of PSN National, Lagos State PSN. Yes, they might look troublesome, but they are very supportive. I went through it, and I know many other presidents will also attest to that. Before you came, I had earlier on made an appeal to the director, the PAMSEC representative here, that we are not combatant. Maybe the language used was not properly laced, but we will re-strategize and come back to you. And so that what we need from Lagos State, because we must dialogue. Yeah. Without dialogue, if you close the window, then we will lose everything. It might take another 5 years. And so I'm privileged to hand this over to you as a sign of appreciation by this very, very powerful state supporting you and the profession. Thank you so much for spending time to be here. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
We're gradually coming to the end of this morning session, even though in the afternoon. In the military circle, please can we have also round up. In the military palace, I learned that from many of my military friends. Every hour of the day is Monsa. Am I right? Monsa. And so we're still in the morning. And we're about concluding this very session. And I think we've had a very good time. A very lively opening ceremony, even though we started a little bit late. And that snowballed to us finishing a bit late too. But I hope you can understand. And I hope our guests should also take us for what we are, that we're not used to very long sessions. Pharmacists are very precise in measurement in everything they do. And a message has been passed across today, both to policymakers, those in government, and to ourselves, that we should do things better where we are. And I'm happy the president is here of our society. And all we can do to make him happy is by excelling everywhere we find ourselves. Because every promotion for a pharmacist is a great value to the profession of pharmacy. That is why in my opening remarks, I try to celebrate our own that is in the Air Force and many others that I know that are coming on board. And our PAMSA representative, please take back the message. We're very friendly. We might not know maybe the language to use, but please convey the way we feel, that we're not frustrated, we are challenged, that we would like to work with Lagos State government in all ramifications, and that we're willing that a beautiful window be opened for us to re-strategize this matter and ensure that we have a seamless agreement to work together for the benefit of our patients that we serve in this state. On this note, my dear colleagues, I'd like to declare this opening ceremony formally open to the glory of God and to the glory of humanity and the glory of our dear country, Nigeria. Thank you.
A round of applause for the chairman of the occasion. Now we can start the pharmacy week. So it has just been declared open. And I think it's time for us to be very patient. Chairman, sir. My president, sir. Permit me to announce the conference that is coming up in Gombe. I have the authority of the president to let you know that it must be in Gombe. So please take a copy of the flyers and ensure you do registration is online, so that you don't get caught up in the web of penalties. Please, let's go to Gombe. By the grace of God, we will all go safely and come back safely. We have one of our lecturers in the house, and he taught me pharmacognosy. Is it not that one we look for? What are we always looking for that we didn't? Trichomes and what again? So, Prof is here because Prof saw it himself when he was looking for it. And permit me to welcome and recognize pharmacist Professor Adeleke Clement Adebajo, now the acting dean of pharmacy, Lagos State University Teaching Hospital. Prof. So, Prof and I were the only ones that saw the trichomes. President, sir, you have one of your daughters here who is doing very well. And without any form of, nobody, she didn't pay me, she has not paid me. Pharmacist Mosumola is doing some great jobs. She talks about menopause on air. Now she wants to do menopause for work or work for menopause. About 255 of us have registered. So we are going to work for menopause. I think she said in one of her presentations that if you are above 50, you have entered menopause. And you said so now, but it's not you said so now. So we want to say thank you for what you are doing, and every other person that is doing everything within your space. We appreciate you all. So thank you. I want to hand over the mic at this time to my co-compare to welcome us for the cutting of...
Yes, we'll be going to the cutting of the cake. We would like to invite all our special guests of honor to do us that honor to cut the cake while we get ready for item 7. Please, let's be orderly. The ushers are going to direct the tables. There's enough food for everybody. I would like to invite all our special guests for the cutting of the cake.
And please...
immediately after the cutting of the cake, we'll go for our lunch.
And please, the exhibition stand is open. The products there are discounted. Take advantage while the offer lasts.
Immediately after our special guests cut the cake, they proceed for their lunch first. Then we'll go table by table. Sorry, we apologize.
Pharmacist Mrs. Adeniro, please join. Please, from the cutting of cake, you can go to the lunch. Daddy Fakulujo, please. Please come and supervise the cutting of the cake. Okay. Me. Okay. All right. Please, let's put our hands together in unison as men of honor. We join hands. So I'm going to spell hello. I'm going to spell Lagos PSN. I'm going to start with L PSN. Okay, great. P S N. Congratulations. So from here you can walk to the lunch. Or is it? Please, table by table. Please. Let's be seated. It's table by table.
Please, let's be seated. As men of honor.
Ushers, please, where are you?
Ushers, please, can you direct the table?
It's table by table, please.
All cut the cake.
Fellows of the
please,
society.
Can everybody be seated? Only our special guests that have cut the cake should proceed for their lunch.
Please, the ushers will indicate your table. Ushers, please monitor very well.
We'd like to invite Pharmacist Tosin Adeyemi to get ready for the vote of thanks. The Secretary, PSN Lagos State Branch. Pharmacist Tosin Adeyemi, are you around? MAW? Vote of thanks.
Access to effective and safe medicines in Nigeria, a call to action. That's the theme, Abi. That's the theme, Abi. Now, my own theme is this. Are we together? I hope you are listening. Access to efficient, professional and international best practices in directing ceremonies. Contact me. If your son is wedding, call me. If your husband is wedding, contact me. If your children are wedding, contact me. If you are doing 70 years, contact me. Even 100 years, I will be there. My call card is with me. It's on demand. All right.
So is it free of charge? Is it free of charge?
I'll give you professional discount, 10%. Pharmacists are entitled to 10% discount now. It's not so. I'll do it free. My children's school fees is not free. Which table is next? It's table by table. Table by table. Hello, sir. Please, sir. Please, just relax. The way we are going, it will be very fast. We don't want people to go and cluster. It's very fast. And I know most of you are pastors and imams, and so you fast till 6 p.m. and there's no problem at all. No problem. You fast till 6 p.m. How do I know? Is that Nigeria? Is that a pastor or you are a imam? Tosin, can we? The next table.